There is a photograph. You may have seen it, though you might not have known what you were looking at. A man stands knee-deep in the surf of a Philippine beach. His jaw is set like carved stone. His aviator sunglasses catch no light. He is wearing a pressed khaki uniform in the middle of a war zone, and behind him, soldiers wade through the same water, the same foam, under the same sky. The date is the 20th of October, 1944. He had promised he would come back. He had promised it in front of reporters, in front of a nation, listening through static-filled radio speakers, in front of an entire people who had no reason to believe him. And here he was. But this documentary is not only about that beach. It is not only about the promise. It is about the 50 years of a life that made that moment possible, and the 50 years of debate that followed it. Because Douglas MacArthur remains, perhaps more than any other American commander of the 20th century, a figure who resists easy judgment. He was called a genius by men who served under him, and a coward by men who watched him from the shore. He was decorated more times than almost any soldier in American history, and was also, by some accounts, responsible for failures that cost thousands of lives. He was a man who turned himself into a symbol, who understood the power of theatre in a way that made his contemporaries deeply uncomfortable, and who was, when the moment called for it, undeniably, stubbornly correct. We are going to go through all of it. The childhood on frontier posts, the West Point years that still stand as a benchmark, the bloody trenches of France in 1917 and 18, the ugly summer of 1932, the fall of the Philippines, the desperate escape by PT boat through dark Pacific water, the years of island by island grinding in New Guinea, the return, the occupation of Japan, and finally the last war, the one that ended his career and in some ways confirmed his legend. This is a long journey. There is no rush. Settle in. If you are watching this late at night, let the narration carry you. If you drift in and out, that is fine. The story will be here when you return to it. And if you find yourself genuinely curious, genuinely troubled, genuinely unsure about what to think of this man by the time we are done, good. That means we have done this right. Like this video, subscribe if you find value in this kind of long-form history, and leave a comment telling us which chapter kept you awake the longest. This is the entire history of Douglas MacArthur. And we begin, as all things begin, at the beginning. Chapter 1, The Soldier's Son, Little Rock to West Point, 1880 to 1903. Douglas MacArthur was born on the 26th of January, 1880, in Little Rock, Arkansas, and the first thing worth understanding about that birth is that it happened inside an army barracks. His father, Arthur MacArthur, was an officer who had earned the Medal of Honor as a teenager during the Civil War, storming a ridge at Missionary Ridge in Tennessee, while carrying the regimental flag of the 24th Wisconsin Infantry. That story was told to Douglas before he could read. The MacArthur household was not a home in the conventional sense. It was a posting, a duty station that moved every few years as the army decided it needed Arthur MacArthur somewhere else. Douglas grew up not in a single town, not surrounded by a fixed community, but on a sequence of military installations across the American West, and then the American South, and then Washington. The rhythm of his childhood was the rhythm of orders, of packing, of reporting in. His mother, Mary Pinckney Hardy MacArthur, known to everyone as Pinky, was a woman of formidable will and Southern pride, descended from Virginia gentry, and utterly convinced that her youngest son was destined for greatness. This is not a small biographical footnote. Biographers who have spent years inside the MacArthur archive, men like William Manchester and Geoffrey Perrett, have argued with some force that Pinky MacArthur was perhaps the single largest influence on her son's self-conception. His sense of mission, his refusal to accept failure, his theatrical self-presentation, his genuine belief that he occupied a special place in history. Manchester is said to have written that MacArthur was, until the end of his life, hearing his mother's voice as his internal compass. That is the kind of detail historians argue about for decades, but it maps cleanly onto the observable facts of Douglas MacArthur's behavior throughout his career. Before we can talk about West Point, we need to talk about the 2 years before West Point, because Douglas MacArthur was not immediately accepted. He had a curvature of the spine that disqualified him on his first medical examination, and he was rejected again before a combination of corrective treatment, physical discipline, and his mother's relentless networking finally cleared the path. When he was accepted in 1899, Pinky did not simply congratulate him and wave goodbye at the station. She moved. She packed her belongings, left San Antonio, where her husband was stationed, traveled across the country, and took a room at the Craney Hotel directly across from the West Point grounds, with a view of the cadets' area. She mounted a telescope in her window. She watched her son studying at night. She sent him notes. Douglas MacArthur, by all accounts, did not find this strange, which is itself perhaps the most revealing detail of all. His 4 years at West Point were, by any measurable standard, extraordinary. He rose to the rank of first captain of the Corps of Cadets, the highest position a cadet could hold, and graduated on the 11th of June 1903, ranked first academically in his class of 93. West Point graders tracked cumulative academic averages, and MacArthur's percentage at graduation was among the highest recorded in the institution's history up to that point. This was not a gifted dilettante gliding through on charm. He studied methodically and competitively, and he competed in an environment that was specifically designed to apply pressure. The curriculum in 1903 still leaned heavily on engineering, natural philosophy, and applied mathematics, the kind of content that strips pretension and rewards precision. He was commissioned into the Corps of Engineers, the branch that in those years received the top graduates of each class. His first posting was, with a kind of inevitability that history occasionally produces, the Philippines, the same archipelago where his father had served as military governor just a few years earlier. Arthur MacArthur had governed the islands after the Spanish-American War, in the years when American policy toward the Philippines was still being argued and contested in Washington and in the hills of Luzon, where Filipino insurgents refused to accept a colonial exchange of one foreign power for another. Douglas arrived not as a conqueror, but as a young engineering lieutenant, tasked with surveys and construction, but he was almost immediately drawn into contact with the armed reality of those islands, receiving his first experience under fire from Filipino insurrectionists. He was, at 23, already exactly where his entire life had pointed him. He spent the next decade and a half moving through the machinery of the pre-war American military, engineering posts in the United States, a return to the Philippines, a tour of the Far East as aide-de-camp to his father, a stint at the War Department in Washington, and then a notable appearance during the American occupation of Veracruz in Mexico in 1914, where he conducted an unauthorized reconnaissance mission on foot and was recommended, though not approved, for the Medal of Honor. He wrote the after-action report himself, which is the kind of detail critics would later reach. For when building a case about MacArthur's relationship with his own legend, supporters would counter that the recommendation was made by his superior officers not generated from within. This is one of the smaller historiographical arguments in a career that generated enormous ones, but it tells you something about the texture of controversy that followed MacArthur across 50 years. By 1917, when the United States finally entered the war that had been consuming Europe for 3 years, Douglas MacArthur was 37 years old and serving in Washington on the Army General's staff. He was young enough to fight, experienced enough to plan, and ambitious enough to know the difference. He had watched his father's generation define itself in the Civil War, and he had read enough military history to understand that the Great European War was the defining event of his era. There was no version of Douglas MacArthur that was going to sit it out behind a desk in Washington, writing memoranda about procurement. He had spent 37 years, almost literally from birth, preparing for exactly this kind of moment, and the war in France would not disappoint him. Though it would also, as wars tend to do, leave marks that no amount of ceremony could completely cover. The army he was preparing to enter was not the streamlined institution that would emerge from the Second World War. The American expeditionary forces that crossed the Atlantic in 1917 were assembling almost from scratch, drawing on the regular army, on National Guard formations that had never seen sustained combat, and on the enormous draft machinery that the Selective Service Act had just set into motion. MacArthur was one of the architects of the 42nd Infantry Division, a formation explicitly designed to draw National Guard elements from 26 states and the District of Columbia, a composite force that would reflect the breadth of American society rather than any single region. It was called the Rainbow Division, and in that name there was already a touch of the theatrical imagination that MacArthur would carry with him for the rest of his life. He served first as its chief of staff, then as a brigade commander, and he would fight across some of the most grinding terrain in the entire Western Front. What the chapter record does not fully convey, what the service rosters and the divisional histories can only gesture at, is the specific quality of MacArthur's physical courage in France. He led from the front in a manner that was, even by the elevated standards of American infantry officers in that war, conspicuous. He refused to wear a gas mask during operations, claiming it impeded his ability to give orders. He refused a steel helmet on occasion, wearing instead his distinctive battered officer's cap. His staff thought he was performing. Some historians agree. But his men were also watching, and what they saw was a brigadier general who moved through contested ground on foot, who was decorated multiple times by both American and French commands, and who seemed genuinely indifferent to his own survival in a way that both frightened and galvanized the people around him. Whether that was courage or theatre, or some indivisible combination of both, is a question that follows every account of Douglas MacArthur for the rest of his life. There is a chapter of military historiography, not widely read outside of specialist circles, that argues MacArthur's First World War service was the crucible in which his command style fully formed. Not the tactics, necessarily, but the method. The understanding that soldiers respond to visible leadership. The conviction that an officer who is seen at the front, who is recognized, who has a physical presence that registers under fire, commands a kind of loyalty that no memo or organizational chart can generate. MacArthur absorbed this lesson in France between 1917 and 1918, and he never forgot it. Whether he sometimes used that lesson to serve his own legend rather than his mission is, again, a question this documentary will return to. But in the mud and wire of the Western Front, the lesson itself was real, and it was earned. The young man who graduated first in his class at West Point had gone to war, and the war had recognized him back. He came home with 7 silver stars, 2 Distinguished Service Crosses, a Distinguished Service Medal, a Bronze Star, and a Purple Heart. He was 38 years old, and his career had barely started. Chapter 2: The Superintendent and the Chief, 1919 to 1935. When Douglas MacArthur returned from France in 1919, the army did not give him a quiet posting to recover. It gave him West Point. He was appointed superintendent of the United States Military Academy. At the age of 38, the youngest man to hold the position in the institution's history. His mandate, to the extent that anyone could be said to have given him one, was vague. The academy had lost enrollment during the war years. Its academic culture had ossified, and the faculty, many of whom were tenured professors who had taught at the academy longer than MacArthur had been alive, were deeply resistant to any change. MacArthur arrived with a set of convictions about what military education needed to be, and he began enacting them with a speed and self-assurance that generated immediate friction. He believed, with the force of personal experience, that the academy's curriculum was too narrowly technical. He had just spent 2 years commanding a division in a war that required not just engineering knowledge but political awareness, coalition management, rapid adaptation to tactical chaos, and the ability to read human beings under extreme stress. West Point in 1919 was still producing graduates who were excellent at mathematics and engineering, and notably unprepared for the messy reality of modern warfare. MacArthur pushed for the introduction of broader coursework: economics, history, political science, and fought bitter battles with the faculty over every square inch of curricular space. Lance Betros, the former head of the West Point Department of History, concluded that MacArthur's reforms during his 3 years as superintendent were unprecedented since Thayer, referring to Sylvanus Thayer, who built the Academy's foundational academic structure in the 1820s. That is a significant historical judgment, though it is worth noting that Betros also documents how MacArthur made himself genuinely disliked by a substantial portion of the institution's senior staff. He also pushed hard for the expansion of athletics, arguing that competitive sport was a form of combat preparations that the academy had allowed to narrow too far. He is credited with a famous inscription carved above the gymnasium entrance: "On the fields of friendly strife are sown the seeds that, on other days, on other fields, will bear the fruits of victory." Whether he composed that himself or drew on an existing formulation is one of those small attributional arguments that lurk in the footnotes of MacArthur scholarship. What is clear is that he believed it, that he had believed something like it since his own cadet years, and that his emphasis on athletic preparation as part of officer training reflected a coherent philosophy of readiness rather than a preference for spectacle. He left West Point in 1922 after 3 years, having reformed it substantially and irritated it completely, which is perhaps the backed balance for a reformer operating inside a tradition-bound institution. The next decade brought him back to the Philippines twice, and through various stateside postings that built his reputation without generating the kind of dramatic set piece that his later career would produce in abundance. In 1930, President Herbert Hoover appointed MacArthur Army Chief of Staff, the highest uniformed position in the American Army. He was 50 years old. The appointment was a recognition of 30 years of distinguished, sometimes controversial, always visible service, and it placed him at the center of an institution in serious trouble. The American Army of 1930 was, by the standards of the European powers, and even of Japan, small, under-equipped, and underfunded. The Great Depression had arrived the year before, and the federal budget was under enormous pressure. MacArthur would spend 5 years arguing, with varying degrees of success, that the Army's minimum requirements were not being met, that the nation's security was being traded for short-term fiscal relief. He was right about the substance. His style in making the argument was, characteristically, confrontational, the event that most defined and most damaged. MacArthur's tenure as Chief of Staff had nothing to do with a foreign adversary. In the summer of 1932, a large encampment of First World War veterans assembled in Washington, calling themselves the Bonus Expeditionary Force. They had been promised a service bonus under the Soldiers' Bonus Bill of 1924, but the bonus was not due to be paid until 1945. The veterans, many of them unemployed and desperate in the depths of the Depression, wanted early payment. Their numbers grew across the spring and summer, until roughly 20,000 men, with their families, were camped on the Anacostia Flats and in other improvised settlements around the capital. They called their encampment, with a dark humor that the times required, a Hooverville. On the 28th of July, 1932, President Hoover ordered the Secretary of War to clear the camps. The order went down to MacArthur as Chief of Staff, who was ordered to use federal troops to evict the veterans. What MacArthur did next remains one of the most argued passages in his biography. He received orders to remove the veterans from certain specific sites around the capital. He executed those orders, using cavalry and some armored vehicles to clear the camps in the downtown areas. Then, against the explicit instruction of the president's civilian aides, there is documentary evidence of at least 2 orders to stop being communicated to MacArthur and his aide, Major Dwight Eisenhower, who was standing beside him. MacArthur continued the operation to Anacostia Flats and had the encampment there burned. The veterans, including families with children, scattered in the smoke. MacArthur later defended his decision on the grounds that the encampment had been infiltrated by communist agitators and constituted a threat to the government. The evidence for this characterization was thin at the time and has been judged even more thinly by historians since. What is clearer is that MacArthur had a visceral contempt for what he saw as disorder in the capital, a belief that the government had to project strength, and a willingness to exceed his orders when he judged the situation required it, to Sessions. That last tendency, the willingness to decide that his own judgments superseded the instructions of civilian authority, would become the defining fault line of his career. It appeared clearly for the first time at Anacostia Flats in the summer of 1932, with veterans' camps burning in the summer heat, and Major Eisenhower standing nearby, reportedly appalled. The episode did not immediately end MacArthur's career, but it did not leave him either. It followed him like smoke. President Franklin Roosevelt, who defeated Hoover in the election that November, an election in which the Bonus Army incident played no small part in destroying Hoover's remaining public support, retained MacArthur as Chief of Staff. This is one of the more genuinely interesting moments of political calculation in the story. Roosevelt and MacArthur represented profoundly different views of America, of government, of the proper role of military force in a democratic society. They had at least one recorded meeting during this period in which MacArthur, arguing passionately against budget cuts to the army, told Roosevelt directly that if American soldiers died in a future war for lack of preparation, the blood would be on Roosevelt's hands. Roosevelt, by several accounts, told him coldly to resign. MacArthur, by his own account, was sick on the steps of the White House afterward. Whether this is accurate reportage or later embellishment is the kind of question the MacArthur archive cannot definitively resolve. But the meeting happened, the tension was real, and the two men circled each other warily for the next decade, each needing what the other provided, neither quite trusting it. In 1935, Roosevelt offered MacArthur a graceful exit from the role that had become increasingly friction-laden. Manuel Quezon, the president of the Philippine Commonwealth, had asked for MacArthur, by name, to serve as military advisor to the newly establishing Philippine Army. MacArthur accepted. He retired from the United States Army at the end of 1937. This is a fact worth holding, and was appointed Field Marshal of the Philippine Army, with a uniform he reportedly designed himself, and a salary that substantially exceeded what the American Army paid a chief of staff. He was 57 years old, officially retired, wearing Philippine insignia, living in a penthouse suite atop the Manila Hotel with his young wife Jean and his small son Arthur, who had been born in Manila in 1938. His task was to create, from the materials available, a Philippine military force capable of defending an archipelago of more than 7,000 islands against any potential aggressor. He had roughly 6 years, a limited budget, a pool of motivated but largely untrained recruits, and an American government that did not quite believe the threat he was preparing against was real. He was running out of time before he knew the clock had started. The Philippine Army that MacArthur was building was based on a concept he called beach defense. The idea that a properly trained and positioned local force could deny an invader's ability to land in sufficient strength to be decisive. Military historians have argued about the viability of this concept at length, and the argument is not entirely settled. What is clear is that the timeline he was working to, a force of sufficient readiness by 1946, when the Philippines was scheduled to become fully independent, was too long for the political reality that was developing in East Asia. Japan was expanding. The war in China that had begun in earnest in 1937 was not producing the quick victory Tokyo had anticipated. Japanese strategic planners were looking south, toward the resource-rich European colonies of Southeast Asia, toward the Dutch East Indies and British Malaya. The Philippines sat in the path of every route that mattered. Douglas MacArthur, retired American general, Field Marshal of the Philippine Army, penthouse occupant, was standing directly in the way of something enormous, and he was not yet ready. Chapter 3, The Last Days of Peace, 1940 to December 1941. By 1940, the world that Douglas MacArthur had spent his career inside was coming apart at its load-bearing seams. France had fallen. Britain stood alone. Germany controlled most of Western Europe. And in the Pacific, Japan had formalized its alliance with Germany and Italy through the Tripartite Pact of September 1940, while simultaneously deepening its military entanglement in China and positioning forces in Indochina. Washington was watching all of this with growing alarm, and the Philippines, officially an American territory for a few more years, defended by a combination of American regulars, the Philippine Army that MacArthur was building, and a modest air and naval presence, was an obvious point of vulnerability. The question in Washington was not really whether Japan would eventually move south. It was when and how much time remained to do something about it. In July 1941, Franklin Roosevelt signed a presidential order calling into active service all organized military forces of the Commonwealth of the Philippines. This was a significant escalation, transforming the Philippine Army from a national force being trained by an American advisor into something theoretically integrated with American command. More significantly, Roosevelt recalled Douglas MacArthur to active duty in the United States Army with the rank of Lieutenant General, placing him in command of U.S. Army forces in the Far East, a new command designation that acknowledged the theater's strategic importance. MacArthur was back, officially, formally back in the uniform he had technically left 4 years earlier. The Philippine Army absorbed into the American command structure, and MacArthur stood at the head of a combined force that was, on paper, substantial and, in reality, deeply unprepared. The aircraft were the central problem, and they were also, paradoxically, the central source of MacArthur's optimism. Going into the autumn of 1941, the arrival in the Philippines of a fleet of B-17 Flying Fortress bombers, the most advanced long-range heavy bombers the United States Army Air Forces possessed, had convinced MacArthur and some of his air commanders that the strategic calculus had shifted. The theory was that a force of B-17s, based at Clark Field, northwest of Manila, could strike Japanese staging areas on Formosa, roughly 900 kilometers to the north, and thereby prevent or seriously degrade any invasion fleet before it reached Philippine shores. This was an audacious plan. It assumed the bombers would survive long enough to fly those missions, which required that they survive any Japanese first strike on Clark Field itself. It assumed, in other words, a level of warning and readiness that the subsequent events would reveal had not been achieved. Washington knew that war was coming. The American cryptographic program, known to historians as MAGIC, had been reading Japanese diplomatic traffic, and by late November 1941, the signals were unmistakable. The War Department sent explicit warnings to American commanders across the Pacific that hostile Japanese action was possible in the immediate future. MacArthur received these warnings. His command acknowledged them. There were discussions among his air staff about dispersing the aircraft at Clark Field, about getting them into the air before any Japanese strike could catch them on the ground. These discussions produced plans. The plans were not fully executed. Why they were not fully executed is one of the most argued questions in all of Pacific War historiography, and a complete answer involves so many layers of command ambiguity, communication delay, and individual decision-making under unclear orders that historians have been picking it apart for 80 years without reaching consensus. What is agreed upon is the sequence of events on the 8th of December, 1941, which was the 7th of December across the international dateline, the same day as Pearl Harbor. MacArthur's headquarters received word of the Pearl Harbor attack in the early morning hours. Hours passed. The B-17s at Clark Field were on the ground. Japanese aircraft based on Formosa had been preparing their strike since before dawn, but fog on Formosa delayed their departure, giving MacArthur's command additional time. Time that was not used to get the American aircraft into the air or disperse them from the field. When the Japanese aircraft finally arrived over Clark Field at around noon, local time, they found the American bombers lined up on the runway in neat rows. In the attack that followed, the Far East Air Force lost roughly half its strength in a single afternoon, including 18 of its 35 B-17s and 56 fighter aircraft. 25 to 30 additional planes were damaged beyond immediate use. The offensive airpower that MacArthur had built his entire defensive concept around was gone on the first day of the war, before a single offensive mission was flown. The reasons for this disaster are not fully resolved by any single explanation, and a responsible account of it has to hold several possibilities simultaneously. MacArthur's command had received adequate warning. The aircraft were not dispersed. Whether this reflects a failure of MacArthur's personal decision-making, a breakdown in the chain of command between him and his Air Force commander, a series of individual errors at the operational level, or some combination of all three, is a question the relevant archives cannot fully answer because the orders, and the absence of orders, were not all written down. MacArthur gave conflicting accounts of his own actions on that morning in later years, which has compounded the interpretive difficulty. Some historians have argued that he was paralyzed by the shock of Pearl Harbor, uncertain whether Washington had authorized offensive action. Others have argued that he simply failed to impose his will on a command that needed exactly that. The most careful scholarly treatment, and there have been serious ones, tends toward a judgment of cumulative command failure rather than a single catastrophic decision. But the result was unambiguous. 10 hours after Pearl Harbor, the American Air Force in the Philippines had effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. The weeks that followed were a grinding, painful retreat. Japanese ground forces landed on Luzon at multiple points, beginning on the 10th of December, with the main landing at Lingayen Gulf following in late December. MacArthur's plan, holding the beaches, preventing a landing in force, collapsed under the weight of numbers, the loss of air cover, and the realistic disparity between a Japanese army that had been fighting in China for 4 years and a Philippine army that MacArthur himself knew was not yet ready. He activated War Plan Orange, the existing contingency for exactly this scenario, ordering his forces to fall back to the Bataan Peninsula, the narrow finger of land on the western side of Manila Bay, and to the fortified island of Corregidor at the entrance to the bay. Manila was declared an open city on the 26th of December, 1941, to spare it from destruction. MacArthur's headquarters moved to the tunnel complex under Malinta Hill on Corregidor. The retreat to Bataan was tactically competent and logistically flawed. MacArthur's staff failed to move adequate food stocks to the peninsula before the retreat cut off resupply, a failure that would haunt the defenders through the months that followed. The men who fought on Bataan, roughly 80,000 Filipino and American soldiers, eventually supplemented by civilian refugees, went on to half rations almost immediately, then quarter rations, while disease, particularly malaria, spread through the cramped defensive lines. There was genuine courage on Bataan and genuine skill, and the defensive lines held far longer than Tokyo had anticipated, disrupting the Japanese timetable for the entire southern campaign. But from January 1942 onward, everyone who understood the situation clearly, including MacArthur, including Roosevelt's staff in Washington, knew that relief was not coming. There was no fleet. There was no convoy. The men on Bataan were, in the cold strategic calculus of a global war, expendable. MacArthur was on Corregidor, in the tunnel, while his men were on Bataan. This geographic fact became the source of one of the most enduring controversies of his career. His men on Bataan, half-starved, malarial, outgunned, and clearly abandoned by the high command that had promised reinforcement, began calling him Dugout Doug, a name that has outlasted most of the official honors he accumulated. The accusation was that he was hiding in the tunnel while they died on the peninsula. The defense, offered by his supporters at the time and since, was that Corregidor was itself under regular bombardment, that MacArthur's command responsibilities required him to be where communications were functional, and that a commanding general who gets himself killed while visiting frontline troops does not thereby serve his men more effectively. Both arguments have merit. The bitterness of the men on Bataan was real and historically documented. The complexity of what command actually required at that level was also real. These two things coexist uncomfortably, as uncomfortable truths tend to do. By early February 1942, Franklin Roosevelt had concluded that MacArthur could not be allowed to be captured. The propaganda value of a Japanese prisoner, who was a five-star equivalent, the former Army Chief of Staff, the most famous American general in the Pacific. This was a gift Roosevelt was not prepared to give Tokyo. Repeated orders went out for MacArthur to leave. MacArthur delayed, repeatedly, resistant to the appearance of abandonment that he understood clearly the departure would carry. He eventually accepted the orders, and the plan was made. He would leave by PT boat, running through Japanese-controlled waters at night, with his wife, his son Arthur, Arthur's Cantonese nurse named Ah Shu, and a small staff. The date set was the 11th of March, 1942. It was, by any measure, one of the stranger nights in American military history. A general, a child, a nurse, and a war slipping away behind them in the dark. Chapter 4. The Escape. The 11th of March to Australia. 1940 Tiwa. The 4 PT boats that left Corregidor just before midnight on the 11th of March 1942 were not impressive instruments of power. They were fast, small wooden craft designed for short-range torpedo operations in coastal waters, not for open ocean passages through seas that Japanese warships had patrolled aggressively for 3 months. The plan was to run south through the Philippine archipelago to Mindanao, roughly 600 kilometers away, and from there to board a B-17 to Australia. The boats were in poor mechanical condition. Maintenance had been difficult under siege conditions, and the sea was not calm. MacArthur reportedly suffered badly from seasickness through the crossing. His 4-year-old son Arthur was with him. His wife Jean had been offered a place on a submarine and had refused it, insisting she would travel with her husband or not at all. The passage through the islands was not the clean escape that later accounts sometimes suggested. The boats encountered what lookouts believed were Japanese vessels at points during the night, requiring course changes and near silent running. The mechanical difficulties were real, and at least one boat required attention during the crossing. MacArthur, who had spent his life in the Philippines in various capacities, knew the waters well enough to understand that the margin for error on this passage was narrow. He also understood, with absolute clarity, that every kilometer of distance between himself and Corregidor was a kilometer of moral distance between himself and the men he was leaving behind. There is no account of MacArthur on that boat crossing, written by anyone present. That suggests he was comfortable. He arrived on Mindanao, transferred to the B-17s, and flew south toward Australia, a journey of more than 3,000 kilometers over open ocean. He arrived at Darwin, Australia, on the 17th of March, 1942, and then travelled south by train toward Melbourne. The train stopped at a small station called Terowie in South Australia. And here, in a place he had never been, far from any battlefield, MacArthur gave his first press statement on Australian soil. He was asked what he intended to do. His answer, which had clearly been composed in his mind during the hours on the train, was characteristically constructed for maximum effect. He said that the President of the United States had ordered him to break through the Japanese lines and proceed to Australia for the purpose of organizing an American offensive against Japan, he said. I came through, and I shall return. 3 words. not "we shall return," which his War Department handlers reportedly suggested as more democratic and collectively appropriate. Three specific, first-person words that committed him publicly, before reporters and a listening world, to a promise of return. He knew exactly what he was doing. The reaction was divided, and the division matters. In the Philippines, among the civilian population, and among the soldiers who had not yet surrendered, the statement was received as a lifeline, a promise that the fight was not finished, that the abandonment was temporary, that the man who had led them was not gone but merely displaced. The Filipino people, who had every historical reason to be suspicious of American promises, chose to believe this one. Whether that speaks to MacArthur's credibility among them, or to the desperate need that any occupied people has for something to hold on to, is a question that historians have answered differently depending on their perspective. Probably both things were true simultaneously. In the United States, among critics who were already asking hard questions about the fall of the Philippines, the statement was received more skeptically, as theatre, as self-promotion, as a man rewriting his retreat into a narrative of future redemption. In Australia, the situation MacArthur found was not what the rhetoric of his statement might have implied. He had been led to believe, at least in broad terms, that a substantial American force was being assembled in Australia as the basis for a Pacific counteroffensive. What he found was something considerably less impressive. A relatively small American presence, an Australian military that was exhausted and shaken by its experiences in North Africa and Malaya, and a strategic situation in which Japan was still advancing on multiple fronts simultaneously. He also found, almost immediately, a command politics problem that would occupy him for the rest of the Pacific War. The United States Navy, under Admiral Ernest King, and the United States Army, under General George Marshall, had fundamentally different views of how the Pacific War should be fought, who should lead it, and what the allocation of resources between the Atlantic and Pacific theatres should be. MacArthur was Army. Admiral Chester Nimitz commanded the Central Pacific. The question of whose theatre had priority, whose approach to island warfare was correct, would generate argument at the highest levels of the American government for the next 3 years. He was formally given command of the Southwest Pacific area in April 1942, a designation that gave him authority over Australia, New Guinea, the Philippines, the Dutch East Indies, and the Solomon Islands. On paper, a vast theatre. In practice, he had modest forces, genuinely inadequate air power, and supply lines that ran across an ocean that was not yet secure. The task before him was not the glamorous return to the Philippines narrative that his press statement had outlined. It was a grinding, island by island, ridge by ridge campaign through some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth against an enemy that had demonstrated repeatedly that it would contest every meter of ground to a degree that confounded Western military expectations. He was in Australia, and the Philippines were somewhere to the north, and between him and his promise lay years of work that had not yet begun. Meanwhile, on Bataan, the men he had left behind were fighting to the end of their strength. The Bataan Peninsula fell to Japanese forces on the 9th of April, 1942, after months of resistance, under conditions of starvation and disease, that the men endured with a stubbornness that the Japanese command had not anticipated and had not adequately prepared for. The fall of Bataan was followed by the Bataan Death March, an event that this chapter will not detail extensively, because the full account of what happened to those prisoners requires its own careful treatment. But the broad historical record shows that tens of thousands of Filipino and American prisoners died or were brutalized during their forced march to prison camps. Corregidor fell to Japanese assault on the 6th of May, 1942. The Philippines were Japanese occupied. The promise MacArthur had made at a railway station in South Australia now carried the full moral weight of everything that had happened since he made it. Back in Australia, MacArthur was not inactive. He was establishing the operational, logistical, and intelligence frameworks that a counter-offensive would require. He was also engaged in the political warfare of the coalition, managing Australian commanders who were not uniformly receptive to American authority over their forces, managing Washington's tendency to prioritize Europe, managing the Navy's competing claims on Pacific resources. He was good at institutional warfare in ways that are not always captured by accounts that focus on battlefield decisions. He understood that a theater commander who could not protect his budget in Washington had already lost half the war before firing a shot. He argued, persistently and sometimes abrasively, for the resources and the strategic priority that the Pacific required. He was not always successful, but he was always arguing. There is a detail from this period in Australia that surfaces in several accounts and carries a specific kind of weight. MacArthur had his Medal of Honor awarded to him in March of 1942 at a ceremony in Australia for his defense of the Philippines. The citation described his conduct on Bataan and Corregidor in terms that some of the men who had actually been on Bataan found galling. They had been there. He had not most of the time. The Medal of Honor, the United States' highest military decoration, had historically been awarded for personal acts of valor in the face of the enemy, and some historians have noted that MacArthur's award represented a departure from that standard, in the direction of something more like recognition for command performance under adverse conditions. MacArthur's most severe critics have called it political, a way of shoring up a general who had just presided over a defeat. His defenders have argued that command, under the conditions of the Philippines, campaign in the winter of 1941 to 42, required a kind of courage that conventional metrics did not capture. The debate persists. It is the kind of debate that would not exist at all if the man himself were not so complicated. The spring and summer of 1942 were a turning point in the Pacific War that was not yet fully legible to the people living through it. The Battle of the Coral Sea in May, the Battle of Midway in June. These engagements, fought entirely by naval aviation, shifted the strategic balance in ways that the public accounts of the time could not fully describe because of censorship, and because the full significance of the intelligence picture behind them was classified. What they meant for MacArthur's command was a gradual shift in the terms of the contest. Japan had lost irreplaceable carrier-based airpower. Its advance was checked in the Central Pacific, and the possibility of a sustained Allied counteroffensive in the South and Southwest Pacific was no longer theoretical. The question was which direction the counteroffensive would run, who would command it, and how long it would take. MacArthur had a clear view of the answers to all three questions, and his view did not always match what Washington decided. The argument between those views would shape the next 2 years of the war, and the war would shape the argument back. That is usually how it works. Chapter 5, New Guinea, The Long Way Back, 1942 to 1944. There is a tendency in histories of the Pacific War that focus on the major naval battles and the island-hopping campaigns that approach Japan from the Central Pacific to treat New Guinea as a secondary theatre, difficult terrain, difficult logistics, and a campaign that ground forward over 2 years without the kind of concentrated drama that the battles at Guadalcanal, Tarawa, or the Marianas generated in the public imagination. This tendency is a significant historical distortion. The New Guinea campaign was, by length, by the volume of forces engaged, by the complexity of the logistical and terrain challenges, and by the human cost on all sides, one of the most demanding land campaigns of the entire Pacific War. And it was the campaign through which Douglas MacArthur built the operational system that would eventually carry him back to the Philippines. The island of New Guinea is the second largest island on Earth, and it is one of the least hospitable. The Owen Stanley mountain range runs down the spine of eastern New Guinea like a wall, with peaks reaching more than 4,000 meters above sea level, covered by jungle so dense that reconnaissance aircraft could fly over a battalion and not see it. The trails through those mountains, the Kokoda track being the most notorious, were not roads. They were paths that a fit man, carrying nothing, could traverse with difficulty. Moving artillery, moving food, moving wounded through that terrain was a problem that no amount of American industrial production could easily solve. Japan had occupied the northeastern coast of New Guinea and was attempting to cross the Owen Stanleys to capture Port Moresby on the southern coast, which would have put Australian territory directly in range of Japanese air attack and potentially open the route toward the Australian mainland itself. The Australians, who had already been fighting on the Kokoda track since the middle of 1942, bore the brunt of the mountain campaign. MacArthur's relationship with his Australian commanders during this period was complicated by genuine strategic disagreement, by the resentment of officers who felt their men's achievements were being absorbed into a narrative that placed an American general at the center, and by MacArthur's command style, which involved issuing extremely optimistic public statements about the pace of operations and then privately pressuring his field commanders with extraordinary urgency when the operations fell behind those statements. General Thomas Blamey, the Australian Ground Forces commander, and MacArthur had a relationship that functioned, but only barely. The historiographical debate about MacArthur's treatment of his Australian allies is one of the livelier arguments in Pacific War scholarship, and Australian historians have been markedly less generous in their assessments than their American counterparts. MacArthur's operational approach in New Guinea, which military historians have called leapfrogging or bypass and isolate, was genuinely innovative and genuinely effective. The concept was to identify the most heavily defended Japanese positions, leave them behind with surrounding forces to cut off their supply, and land further along the coast to seize the next strategic objective. This denied Japan the attritional battle it was optimized for, the Banzai defense of fortified positions, and instead created a situation in which large Japanese garrisons were stranded, unable to be reinforced or resupplied, while the Allied advance moved past them. The human cost of this approach on the Allied side was still substantial, but it was substantially less than the frontal assault approach would have required. MacArthur was not the sole architect of this method. His intelligence chief, Brigadier General Charles Willoughby, and his air commander, General George Kenney, were both central to making it work. But MacArthur championed it against more conservative instincts within his own command, and in Washington, and historical records validates his judgment on this particular question. The air campaign over New Guinea and the surrounding waters was, in some ways, the most decisive element of the entire Southwest Pacific campaign, and it has received less public attention than it deserves. General Kenny built a tactical air force that was innovative, aggressive, and specifically designed for the conditions of the Pacific Theater. Skip bombing techniques against Japanese shipping that had not been taught at any flight school, low-altitude strafing attacks, coordinated with amphibious landings, and a supply-by-air capability that allowed MacArthur to support operations in places that surface logistics could not reach. The destruction of Japanese shipping in the Bismarck Sea in March of 1943, a battle in which Allied aircraft virtually destroyed a Japanese convoy attempting to reinforce New Guinea, was a demonstration of what Kenny's air force had become, and it fundamentally changed Japan's ability to maintain its positions in the region. Progress was not smooth or linear. The fighting around Buna and Gona at the southeastern end of New Guinea in late 1942 and early 1943 was some of the hardest combat of the entire Pacific War against Japanese defensive positions that had been constructed with the thoroughness of an enemy that knew it was not going home. MacArthur's insistence to Washington and to the press that the campaign was progressing more rapidly than it was generated, friction with his field commanders, who were dealing with the physical and human reality of jungle, fighting against an entrenched enemy, while their commanding generals' public statements described a situation that their daily experience did not recognize. General Robert Eichelberger, who was sent in to rescue the stalled Buna operation, reportedly received instructions from MacArthur that included the phrase, "Take Buna or don't, come back alive," a quote that surfaces in several accounts and captures the pressure MacArthur applied to subordinates while maintaining a distance from the front line himself. Buna fell in January of 1943. The cost was severe. MacArthur's public account of the victory was triumphant. His field commander's private accounts were something considerably more complicated. By the middle of 1943, the strategic architecture of the Pacific War was becoming clearer, and it was generating renewed argument between MacArthur and the Navy. The Joint Chiefs of Staff were working on what would become the two-pronged approach to Japan. Nimitz driving northwest across the central Pacific, through the Marianas, and toward Japan's inner defense ring, while MacArthur drove north along the New Guinea coast, and then through the Philippines. The two prongs would converge somewhere near Formosa or the Philippines for the final approach. MacArthur argued consistently and vociferously that the Philippines must be liberated on military grounds because Philippine bases were necessary for the final campaign against Japan, and on political and moral grounds because the United States had made a commitment to the Filipino people that abandoning them a second time would be a betrayal that no American general could accept. The moral argument was genuine. It was also convenient because the liberation of the Philippines would put MacArthur's command at the center of the war's final act. Washington's debates about Pacific strategy during 1943 and 1944 are documented in the relevant Joint Chiefs archives and in the memoirs of participants, and they are genuinely difficult to read without a certain amount of sympathy for everyone involved. The Navy's Central Pacific approach was sound. MacArthur's Southwest Pacific approach was also sound. Resources were limited. The two approaches competed for those resources, and the men making decisions in Washington were trying to win a global war, not adjudicate the personal ambitions of a theater commander. MacArthur's lobbying was relentless, and his critics argued, not always fully separated from his interest in being the man who returned to the Philippines. The honest historical answer is probably that the strategic case and the personal case were genuinely intertwined in MacArthur's mind, and that this does not automatically invalidate either one. The advance along the New Guinea coast through 1943 and 1944 was a masterclass in operational tempo. Each amphibious leap, Lai, Salamaua, Finschhafen, Saidor, Hollandia, Itapa, Wakta, Biak, moved the front forward by hundreds of kilometers, bypassing Japanese concentrations that were then left to wither in place. The Hollandia operation in April of 1944, which jumped roughly 800 kilometers beyond the existing front and landed behind a large Japanese force at Wewak, was the most dramatic single leap of the campaign and demonstrated what the combined arms system that MacArthur, Kenny, and the naval commander, Admiral Thomas Kinkaid, had built was capable of. By the summer of 1944, MacArthur's forces were on the doorstep of the Philippines. The promise made at a railway station in South Australia in March of 1942 was, against all probability, approaching fulfillment. The human cost of the New Guinea campaign, on all sides, was very high. Australian and American soldiers died in the jungle, from Japanese fire, from malaria, from scrub typhus, from the sheer physical destruction that sustained operations in that environment inflicted on the human body. Japanese soldiers died in greater numbers, many of them from starvation, as the supply lines that MacArthur's air campaign severed left large garrisons without food or medicine. The historiography of the Japanese soldiers in the New Guinea campaign, and this is a genuinely under-researched area in English language scholarship, reveals men who maintained discipline and cohesion under conditions of material deprivation that most military organizations would not have survived. Understanding that does not alter the fact of what those forces did in the territories they occupied, but it does complicate the cartoonish version of the Pacific War that earlier popular history sometimes presented. MacArthur understood his enemy's military qualities. Even if his public statements did not always acknowledge them, he had been watching them since December of 1941. He respected their capacity for resistance and his operational plans, the bypassing, the cutting of supply, the refusal to fight the attritional battle on Japan's preferred terms, were built on that respect. Chapter 6, The Return. Leyte Gulf and the beach at Palau, October 1944. The decision to invade the Philippines at Leyte, rather than bypassing the archipelago and landing directly on Formosa, or the Japanese home islands, was not finalized until a meeting in Honolulu in July of 1944. Franklin Roosevelt was present. Admiral Nimitz was present. MacArthur was present, and by every account he gave the most impassioned address of his career in that conference room, arguing that the United States could not, morally, strategically, and politically, abandon the Filipino people a second time. He argued that bypassing the Philippines entirely would leave a large, hostile Japanese garrisons there across American supply lines, and would surrender the strategic air bases that the Philippines offered for the final approach to Japan. He argued that the commitment made in 1941, when America asked the Filipino people to fight under the American flag, created an obligation that could not be discharged by strategic convenience. Roosevelt, who was also running for a fourth presidential term, and who understood the domestic politics of abandoning the Philippines, as well as anyone, found MacArthur persuasive. The decision was made. Leyte would be the entry point, the naval battle that accompanied the Leyte landings. The Battle of Leyte Gulf, fought over several days in late October of 1944, was by most measurements the largest naval battle in history, involving roughly 367 ships. roughly 1,700 aircraft, and forces from the Japanese, American, and Australian navies across a geographic area that spanned hundreds of kilometers of Philippine waters. A complete account of Leyte Gulf would require its own documentary. It involved multiple separate engagements, an extraordinary command decision by Admiral William Halsey that left the landing beaches temporarily exposed to Japanese surface forces, and a last-ditch Japanese action off Samar, in which a small American escort carrier group faced a Japanese battleship force, and by a combination of extraordinarily aggressive resistance and Japanese command hesitation, survived. The strategic result was the destruction of the Japanese combined fleet as a functioning combat force. Japan never again had the naval strength to contest an American landing. MacArthur came ashore on the 20th of October, 1944. He had arranged to land at Red Beach, near the town of Palau, on Leyte Island, and he arrived by landing craft. The craft grounded some distance from the shore, in water roughly knee-deep. MacArthur waded. This is the image. That photograph, the one described at the beginning of this documentary, the one that has been reproduced so many times that it has acquired the slightly unreal quality of a symbol rather than a document. MacArthur knew he was being photographed. He understood the image he was creating. Some historians have noted that the wading was, at least in part, arranged. That the landing craft could theoretically have been brought closer to shore. MacArthur has been criticized for this stagecraft, and the criticism is fair as far as it goes. It also somewhat misses the point. The image was created for the Filipino people, who had been waiting 2.5 years, and for the Japanese command, which needed to understand that the return it had been told would never come had just happened. He spoke on the beach. He used a portable radio transmitter to broadcast a message across the Philippine archipelago to whatever receivers might be listening. The message has been quoted so many times that the words have acquired a kind of armor that makes them harder to hear clearly. He said, "People of the Philippines, I have returned. By the grace of Almighty God, our forces stand again on Philippine soil." He continued, calling on every loyal Filipino to rise and strike at the enemy. The broadcast was heard across the islands by guerrilla units in the mountains who had been fighting a low-intensity resistance campaign for 2.5 years, by Filipino civilians who had lived under Japanese occupation since the spring of 1942, and by Japanese commanders who understood clearly that the strategic situation had just changed in a fundamental and irrecoverable way. The campaign to liberate the Philippines that followed the Leyte landings was not quick. Leyte itself was not secured until late December of 1944, after fighting in the island's interior that was harder and longer than the American timetable had anticipated, partly because Japan committed large reinforcements to the island, recognizing correctly that losing the Philippines meant losing the war. The Luzon campaign, which began with landings at Lingayen Gulf on the 9th of January 1945, was the largest land campaign in the Pacific War, involving more American soldiers than the campaigns in North Africa and Italy combined. Manila, which MacArthur had declared an open city in 1941, and had apparently assumed could be liberated intact, was instead the site of urban fighting that lasted most of February 1945, and left the city largely destroyed, and more than 100,000 Filipino civilians dead, caught between Japanese forces that refused to surrender the city and American and Filipino forces that had to fight through it block by block. The destruction of Manila is one of the most painful chapters of the entire Pacific War, and MacArthur's role in it has been the subject of serious historical criticism. His insistence that Manila could be taken rapidly and with limited destruction, his reluctance to authorize the kind of heavy preliminary bombardment that might have shortened the urban fighting, reflected both his emotional connection to the city where he had lived and Chapter 7, The Weight of Triumph, the Philippines Campaign, and its contested legacy, 1945. By the spring of 1945, the Philippines Campaign had expanded far beyond the initial Leyte landing into something that occupied hundreds of thousands of American and Filipino soldiers across an archipelago of more than 7,000 islands. The Luzon Campaign alone, the main effort, focused on the island that contained Manila, the central Luzon Plain, and the mountain ranges to the north, where General Tomoyuki Yamashita had concentrated the bulk of his forces, was an operation of a scale that the Pacific War's Central Pacific narrative has consistently underrepresented. More American soldiers served in the Philippines camp than in any other single land operation of the Pacific War, and the campaign ran from January of 1945 until the Japanese surrender in August, and in some areas beyond. Yamashita himself did not formally surrender until the 2nd of September 1945, the same day as the surrender ceremony on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay. He was defending mountains in northern Luzon that MacArthur's forces had surrounded and bypassed, but never fully cleared. He came down from those mountains only when the Emperor told him the war was over. MacArthur's relationship with the Luzon campaign was operationally more engaged than his relationship with the earlier battles had been, in the sense that his headquarters moved forward, and he was physically present in Manila and on Luzon during the fighting. The criticism that had attached itself to his name since Bataan, the dugout Doug accusation of physical remoteness from the actual combat, was less applicable to the Luzon campaign, and MacArthur appeared to understand this. He was visible, present, and given to the kind of frontline theatre that had characterized his First World War service. The quiet walk through forward areas, the calm demeanour under fire, the projection of a man who had placed himself where others were dying and found it unremarkable. Whether this represented a genuine response to the Batatan criticism or simply a return to the instinctive command style of his earliest years in France is probably unanswerable. Behaviour and motive do not always align neatly, and MacArthur was, above everything, a man who understood that a general's public behaviour was itself a kind of strategy. The liberation of prisoner-of-war camps on Luzon produced scenes that were among the most emotionally difficult of the entire war. The men captured at Bataan and Corregidor in 1942 had been imprisoned for nearly 3 years under conditions that had killed a very large proportion of them through disease, starvation, forced labor, and direct brutality. The survivors who were liberated at camps like Santo Tomas and Cabanatuan were, in many cases, barely recognizable as the soldiers who had defended the Philippines. MacArthur visited some of these camps personally, and the accounts of those visits, written by men who had every reason to resent his departure in March of 1942, are not uniformly hostile. Some of the men who had called him Dugout Doug on Bataan acknowledged, quietly, that he had come back. He had said he would, and he had. Whether the return fully balanced, the departure is not a calculation that history can perform with any precision. Different men came to different conclusions, and the distance between those conclusions tells you something about the human complexity of long-endured suffering. The broader strategic picture in the spring of 1945 was moving toward its conclusion through two separate and not entirely coordinated channels. In the Central Pacific, Nimitz's forces had taken Iwo Jima after a battle of extraordinary cost and were preparing for the invasion of Okinawa, the last major island before the Japanese home islands themselves. In the Southwest Pacific, MacArthur was not only managing the Luzon campaign, but also conducting a series of amphibious operations through the southern Philippines and into Borneo that remain among the most poorly understood campaigns of the entire war in terms of their representation in popular history. The Borneo operations, conducted primarily by Australian forces under MacArthur's command, remain a source of ongoing debate among Australian historians, some of whom have argued that the operations served MacArthur's ambition and Washington's post-war oil interests more than they served any immediate military necessity. This argument has never been fully resolved, and the relevant American and British archives have not produced a definitive answer. It is the kind of historiographical argument that requires engagement rather than dismissal. Planning for the invasion of the Japanese home islands. Operation Downfall, in its various versions, occupied the senior American military command through much of 1945, and it placed MacArthur at the center of planning for what would have been the largest amphibious operation in history. The proposed invasion of Kyushu, the southernmost of the Japanese home islands, was designated for the 1st of November 1945. The proposed invasion of Honshu, the main island, was scheduled for the spring of 1946. The casualty projections for these operations were staggering and were presented to the political leadership in Washington in a way that shaped every decision made about ending the war through other means. MacArthur was designated as Supreme Commander for the Allied powers for the Pacific, with command of all land forces for the invasion. He accepted this command with the combination of eagerness and solemnity that the role required. He had been building toward this for 40 years, and then it became unnecessary. The atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima on the 6th of August, 1945, and on Nagasaki on the 9th. MacArthur was not informed in advance of the bomb's use, which is a fact that several of his biographers have noted with varying degrees of emphasis. The decision to use the bombs was made at the highest levels of the American government, by the president and a small circle of advisors, and the military commanders in the Pacific were informed after the fact. MacArthur's personal views on the bomb's use were mixed and evolved over time. There are accounts suggesting he was initially skeptical that it would force a Japanese surrender, and later accounts suggesting he felt the bombs had made the invasion unnecessary and thus saved an enormous number of lives, American and Japanese. His relationship with the decision is complicated by the fact that it ended the war he had been preparing to conclude by other means, and by the fact that it positioned him, almost immediately, for the role that the peace would require. Japan announced its acceptance of the Allied surrender terms on the 15th of August, 1945. The formal surrender ceremony was scheduled for the deck of the USS Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay. MacArthur would preside. The weeks between the Japanese surrender announcement and the formal ceremony on the 2nd of September were occupied with the enormous logistical challenge of moving occupation forces into Japan, while ensuring that Japanese forces did not interpret the arrival of American troops as an opportunity for one final act of resistance. MacArthur handled this transition with a theatrical precision that was, in its way, genuinely impressive. He flew into Atsugi Airfield near Tokyo on the 30th of August, 1945. With a small staff and deliberately minimal security in a calculated display of confidence that was either extraordinarily brave or extraordinarily staged, depending on your disposition toward him. The airfield was surrounded by Japanese forces that had not yet been fully disarmed. MacArthur walked down the steps of his aircraft, lit his corncob pipe, and surveyed the scene with an expression that suggested he was arriving at a familiar posting rather than stepping into one of the most dangerous possible situations of the immediate post-war world. Whether his calm was genuine or performed, it communicated exactly what the moment required. That the war was over, that the victor was confident, and that what came next would be organized by this specific man. The Missouri ceremony on the 2nd of September, 1945, was carefully organized as a statement of controlled Allied dignity. MacArthur presided in a pressed khaki uniform with no medals, a decision that was itself a statement, suggesting that the moment did not require the weight of accumulated honors, only the authority of the position. The Japanese delegation, led by Foreign Minister Mamoru Shigemitsu and General Yoshijiro Umezu, came aboard and signed the documents of surrender. The Allied representatives signed in sequence. MacArthur signed first with several pens, distributing them afterward as historical artifacts. The ceremony lasted approximately 20 minutes. MacArthur then spoke briefly, calling for a better world to emerge from the suffering that had preceded this moment, and offering language that was notably free of triumphalism and notably heavy with the weight of responsibility. Whatever else can be said about Douglas MacArthur, he understood the moment, and he spoke to it without the crowing that a lesser man might have felt entitled to. After the journey from Corregidor to Tokyo Bay, the Pacific War was over. The occupation of Japan was beginning. And MacArthur, who had fought his way back to one archipelago, now found himself responsible for an entire nation. The casualties of the Pacific War do not reduce to simple numbers, and any responsible account of them must resist the temptation to use statistics as a way of managing emotional distance from what they represent. American dead in the Pacific numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Filipino dead, military and civilian, numbered in the hundreds of thousands, possibly more, with the full accounting never fully completed. Japanese military deaths were enormous, running into the millions if China is included in the count, and Japanese civilian deaths from conventional bombing, from the atomic bombs, from the collapse of the food supply in the war's final months, were similarly staggering. The costs of the Pacific War were paid by people who had no meaningful role in its inception. Across a decade and a half of expanding conflict, and those costs do not become more comprehensible simply by being assembled into a chapter. They become slightly more bearable only when they are attached to specific stories of specific human beings, which is, ultimately, what long-form history of this kind is built to do. MacArthur received his 5th star, the rank of General of the Army, in December of 1944, awarded by Congress, along with a small group of other commanders, including George Marshall, Dwight Eisenhower, and Henry Arnold, in a simultaneous elevation that recognized the scale and duration of what the war had required of its senior commanders. He arrived in Japan in the summer of 1945, not merely as a victorious general, but as the most powerful single individual in the most consequential post-war occupation that the United States had ever undertaken. He was 65 years old. He had been in uniform for 42 years. The battles were over. The work that would follow was of a completely different kind, requiring skills that military training does not explicitly prepare a person for, but that a particular combination of vision, stubbornness, theatrical authority, and genuine belief in democratic governance might approximate. Whether MacArthur possessed that combination in the right proportions is the question that the next chapter of his story would test in ways that the battlefield never quite had. Chapter 8, The Proconsul, The Occupation of Japan, 1945 to 1950. No American in the 20th century exercised the kind of concentrated authority over a foreign nation that Douglas MacArthur exercised over Japan between September of 1945 and June of 1950. He was the supreme commander for the Allied powers, known by the acronym SCAP, and he governed a country of roughly 80 million people from the Daiichi Life Insurance Building across from the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. He did not meet Emperor Hirohito for the first time until 10 days after his arrival at a meeting in the American embassy that Hirohito requested and attended with the full understanding that the terms of what had just happened were not negotiable. MacArthur received the emperor not as a head of state consulting an equal, but as an authority figure receiving a subordinate, and his physical comportment at that meeting relaxed, informal, photographed standing beside the formally dressed emperor with his hands in his pockets, communicated to the Japanese public and to the Allied powers a clear hierarchy. The photograph was published in Japanese newspapers, which had not been permitted to show the emperor in an informal or diminished positions, since the imperial mythology of the Meiji era had constructed the throne as something approaching the divine. MacArthur allowed it to be published. It was not an accident. The occupation MacArthur administered was, by the standards of occupations throughout history, extraordinarily transformative. Within roughly 7 years, the institutional structure of Japanese society was remade at a fundamental level, not merely in the political superstructure, but in land ownership, in the structure of the major corporations, in the role of women in public life, in the position of the emperor in the constitutional order, in the organization of the police, and in the explicit rejection of militarism as an organizing principle of the state. The new Japanese constitution, promulgated in November of 1946, and coming into effect in May of 1947, was drafted under American supervision, and in several key provisions was written by members of MacArthur's staff. Article 9 of that constitution, which renounced war as a sovereign right and prohibited Japan from maintaining war potential, was, and remains, one of the most radical provisions in any national constitution in the modern world. Its origins, its specific drafting, and the degree to which it reflects MacArthur's personal convictions versus the convictions of his staff versus the calculations of Japanese politicians who saw it as a protection against renewed militarism is a question that Japanese and American scholars have argued about for more than 70 years without full resolution. MacArthur's decision to preserve the emperor and the imperial institution was among the most consequential of his occupation period, and it was made against the expressed preferences of several Allied governments, most notably Australia and the Soviet Union, who wanted Hirohito tried as a war criminal. MacArthur argued, with a forcefulness that essentially settled the matter, that eliminating the emperor would require an enormously larger occupation force, would generate sustained resistance, and would destroy the one institution that could legitimate the transformation he was trying to achieve in the eyes of the Japanese people. He was almost certainly correct about the operational consequences of the alternatives. The moral question, whether a man in Hirohito's position bore a responsibility for what was done in his name that was not discharged by the useful role he played in the occupation is a separate matter, and it has generated its own sustained scholarly argument, particularly among Japanese historians. MacArthur made a pragmatic decision. It worked. Whether it was also just is a question pragmatism alone cannot answer. The land reform that MacArthur's occupation administration pushed through Japanese law was perhaps the most socially transformative act of the entire occupation, and it has received less attention in popular history than the Constitution or the war crimes trials. Before the occupation, Japanese rural society was dominated by a tenancy system in which large landlords controlled most of the agricultural land, and tenant farmers worked it under conditions that were deeply inequitable. MacArthur's administration required the Japanese government to purchase and redistribute this land, converting millions of tenant farmers into independent landowners within a few years. The disruption to the existing rural social structure was profound. The long-term consequences, including the elimination of the landlord class as a political force, the creation of a large rural middle class, and the reduction of the conditions that had historically fed agrarian radicalism, were significant enough that scholars studying post-war Japanese political stability have consistently pointed to land reform as one of the occupation's most durable achievements. MacArthur did not design the reform himself. His staff had agricultural economists who worked through the policy details, but he championed it against the resistance of Japanese conservative politicians, and his authority made it happen. The war crimes trials at Tokyo, formerly the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, ran from May of 1946 to November of 1948, and they generated, both at the time and subsequently, a level of scholarly and legal controversy that has not fully diminished. MacArthur had the authority to confirm or commute the sentences of the tribunal, which gave him a degree of involvement in the proceedings that was unusual for a military commander. 25 defendants were convicted and 7 were executed, including General Hideki Tojo, who had been Prime Minister during the attack on Pearl Harbor. The decision to exempt Emperor Hirohito from prosecution was made above MacArthur's level in Washington, though MacArthur supported it. The specific legal framework of the Tokyo trials, the application of crimes against peace and crimes against humanity charges in an international tribunal convened by the victors, raised questions of legal principle that were raised at Nuremberg simultaneously and have been raised about every subsequent international war crimes proceeding. Indian judge Radhabinod Pal's dissenting opinion, arguing that the tribunal lacked legitimate legal foundation, is among the most cited legal documents in the entire history of international criminal law, and it has been taken seriously by legal scholars who have no sympathy for the defendants themselves. MacArthur confirmed the sentences. The legal arguments continue. The Cold War arrived in the Pacific while MacArthur was still managing the occupation of Japan, and it reshaped the strategic context of everything he was doing. The Chinese Civil War, which had been suspended during the Japanese conflict, resumed in earnest after 1945, and by late 1949, it had ended with the communist victory of Mao Zedong and the retreat of Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist government to Taiwan. This was an event of enormous strategic significance for the American position in the Pacific, and it generated in Washington a fierce and sometimes vicious political argument about who had lost China, a framing that itself contained a problematic assumption, since China had not been America's to lose. But the political climate of 1949 and early 1950 was not one in which that distinction was easily maintained. MacArthur was not operationally involved in the China situation, but his views on it were strong, and his public expressions of those views were beginning to create a pattern of friction with Washington that would eventually become unsustainable. The occupation administration's relationship with organized labor in Japan is one of the less examined aspects of the SCAP period, and it reveals a genuine tension in MacArthur's political philosophy that his biographers have handled with varying degrees of candor. In the early occupation period, MacArthur's administration encouraged the development of Japanese trade unions. As part of the democratization project, workers needed independent organizations if they were going to be participants in a democratic society, rather than subjects of either the state or large corporations. Japanese unions grew rapidly and became, in some sectors, quite militant. By early 1947, with a general strike threatened, MacArthur issued a direct statement prohibiting the strike, calling it a threat to the occupation's objectives. The union movement was subsequently constrained in ways that favored the large corporations and conservative political structures that would dominate Japanese politics for the next several decades. Whether this represented a pragmatic response to the communist elements that had been active in union organizing, or a fundamental contradiction in an occupation that preached democracy, while restricting labor's most basic tool, is a question that labor historians and political scientists have answered differently based on their frameworks and their evidence. MacArthur's daily routine in Tokyo during the occupation years became well known and was itself a kind of governance. He lived in the American embassy, worked in the Daiichi building, ate lunch at his desk, and was rarely seen outside these two locations. He did not socialize with Japanese officials outside of formal meetings. He did not tour the country he was governing. This physical remoteness from the population he was transforming was not entirely unlike his distance from the front on Bataan, and some of his occupation staff found it similarly frustrating. They were engaging with the enormously complex social reality of a defeated Japan, while their commander managed the occupation through paperwork and a carefully curated image. Others argued that MacArthur's remoteness was itself a deliberate choice, that the visible inaccessibility of the Supreme Commander reinforced his authority in a cultural context where accessibility might have suggested weakness. Japan was not America. The political culture was different. What communicated strength in Tokyo was not the same as what communicated strength in Washington and MacArthur, who had spent a significant portion of his career in the Philippines and had developed a sensitivity to Asian political cultures that his Washington colleagues lacked, may have understood this more clearly than his critics gave him credit for. The question of whether MacArthur harbored genuine presidential ambitions during the occupation period is one that his biographers have approached carefully because the evidence is somewhat ambiguous. He had been considered as a potential Republican presidential candidate before the war, and he had done nothing in 1940 to discourage that consideration. During the occupation years, his name was floated again, particularly by conservative Republicans who were frustrated with the Truman administration's foreign policy. MacArthur did not openly campaign, but he also did not clearly foreclose the possibility, and there is something in the way he managed his public image during those years. The carefully composed statements, the studied refusal to engage in the ordinary give and take of American political discourse, that is consistent with someone maintaining optionality. Whether this was genuine political ambition or simply the habitual self-presentation of a man who had been performing for audiences since West Point is a distinction that may not be meaningful. By 1950, the matter was rendered academic. Something was happening in Korea that would change everything about Douglas MacArthur's final years, and it would do so with a speed that the occupation's stately pace had not prepared anyone for. The transformation of Japan under MacArthur's occupation is one of those historical events that is genuinely difficult to evaluate, because its scale and speed were unprecedented. A society was deliberately remade, in fundamental ways, by a foreign authority that had defeated it in war. And the society that emerged from that remaking became, in the subsequent decades, one of the most stable and prosperous democracies in Asia. Whether this outcome vindicates the methods, whether the trauma of occupation is morally balanced by the outcome it produced, whether the Japanese democratic tradition that emerged was genuinely rooted or was a structural imposition that Japan's own internal forces eventually filled with authentic content. These are questions that Japanese historians are, appropriately, best placed to answer, and they have not answered them uniformly. MacArthur believed, with the conviction of a man who had spent his adult life in the service of American ideals, that democracy was not merely an American possession, but a universal aspiration that other peoples would embrace, given the conditions to do so. Japan, as an argument for that belief, is complicated evidence. It is not a refutation, but it is not quite the vindication MacArthur would have described it as either. Chapter 9. Korea. The War That Changed Everything. June to October 1950. On the 25th of June 1950, North Korean forces crossed the 38th parallel into South Korea in strength, and the world that Douglas MacArthur had been governing from the Daiichi building in Tokyo changed in a single day. The North Korean army that moved south was well equipped, well trained, and had clearly been preparing for this operation for some time. Soviet supplied tanks, artillery, and aircraft gave it a qualitative advantage over the lightly armed South Korean forces that immediately began to crumble before the advance. The United States, still in the process of demobilizing from the Second World War, and in the middle of defense budget arguments that had left the American forces in the Pacific at a fraction of their wartime strength, had to respond to this invasion through the United Nations Security Council, which passed resolutions authorizing military intervention in the absence of the Soviet delegate, who was boycotting the council over a separate dispute, and thus missed the vote that he would certainly have vetoed. MacArthur was named United Nations Command Commander on the 8th of July, 1950, by President Harry Truman, adding a third hat to the two he already wore, as Supreme Commander in Japan and Commander of American forces in the Far East. The situation MacArthur inherited in Korea in those first weeks was about as bad as a military situation can be without being entirely lost. The North Korean advance had pushed the combined American and South Korean forces into a shrinking defensive perimeter around the port city of Pusan in the southeastern corner of the peninsula, a perimeter that the defenders held barely through July and August, while MacArthur accumulated the forces and the plan that he believed could reverse the entire strategic situation in a single operation. The plan was for an amphibious landing at Incheon, the port city on the western coast of Korea, near the capital Seoul, roughly 250 kilometers behind the North Korean front lines. If successful, such a landing would sever the North Korean supply lines, threaten the rear of the forces attacking Pusan, and potentially destroy the entire North Korean army in a single envelopment. It was an operationally brilliant concept. It was also logistically near impossible. The objections to the Incheon landing from the Navy and Marine planners who were asked to execute it were specific, technical, and substantial. Incheon had extreme tidal variations. The difference between high and low tide was roughly 9 meters, meaning there were only a few hours per day in which the water was high enough to allow landing craft to approach the shore. The approach channel was narrow and could be defended. The seawall at Incheon's shore would require scaling ladders, not standard beach assault technique. The date window for an assault with adequate tidal conditions in September of 1950 was essentially fixed at the 15th of September, giving planners a compressed timeline that would have been considered dangerously short in any other context. MacArthur heard all of these objections in a briefing with senior naval commanders in Tokyo in late August. He then gave a speech, reportedly without notes, that systematically addressed each objection and concluded with an appeal to the tradition of daring in military history that his critics found either inspiring or manipulative, depending on their own dispositions. He got his landing. The Incheon landing on the 15th of September 1950 worked. It worked precisely because of the conditions that made it difficult. The Japanese had heavily fortified a small island called Wolmido that controlled the approach, and the preliminary bombardment of that island was conducted aggressively enough to suppress the defenses before the main landing. The Marines who went over the seawall at Incheon did so against lighter resistance than the planning had feared, and within 2 weeks, United Nations forces had recaptured Seoul, and the North Korean army in the south was disintegrating, cut off from its supply bases and facing encirclement. The Pusan perimeter force broke out at almost exactly the moment Incheon's inland thrust reached the North Korean rear. It was one of the most complete operational reversals in the history of modern warfare, achieved with a speed and decisiveness that few commanders of any era have matched. MacArthur had looked at a near defeat and converted it into a strategic triumph through a single audacious decision, and even the people who disliked him most had to acknowledge it. The question that immediately followed the Incheon triumph was what to do next, and here the story takes the turn that leads, with something close to narrative inevitability, toward the catastrophe of the following months. The original United Nations mandate had been to restore the pre-war boundary at the 38th parallel, to push North Korean forces back to where they had started on the 25th of June, and re-establish South Korean sovereignty. That mandate had been achieved by late September of 1950. What MacArthur and the Truman administration then did was cross the 38th parallel and advance toward the Yalu River, the border between North Korea and China, with the stated objective of reunifying Korea under a democratic government and eliminating the North Korean army as a military force. This decision, made in Washington, approved by Truman, implemented by MacArthur, was based on a set of assumptions about Chinese intentions that proved fatally incorrect. The Chinese warnings were not subtle. Beijing communicated through Indian diplomatic channels, through public statements, and through the deployment of what American intelligence characterized as volunteer forces across the Yalu, that a United Nations advance to the Chinese border would be met with Chinese military intervention. MacArthur and his intelligence chief, General Willoughby, consistently discounted these warnings, assessing that China would not intervene in force. MacArthur told Truman directly at their meeting on Wake Island on the 15th of October, 1950, a meeting arranged partly to give Truman a public association with the Incheon victory. that Chinese intervention was unlikely, and that if China did intervene, American air power would destroy any Chinese force south of the Yalu. These assessments were wrong in ways that the available intelligence did not compel, and they reflected a pattern in MacArthur's command behavior that had been visible since the Philippines. The tendency to fit incoming information to an existing operational concept, rather than allowing the information to revise the concept. Chinese forces crossed the Yalu in massive numbers in late October and early November of 1950, and their initial contact with United Nations forces was violent and disorienting. MacArthur's command, strung out in separate columns, advancing toward the Chinese border in weather that was becoming increasingly brutal as the Korean winter arrived, encountered an enemy that had crossed the river in the dark, moved by night through terrain that American intelligence had characterized as empty and assembled in strength that the available reconnaissance had not detected. The initial Chinese attacks in late October produced sharp local reverses, then a strange pause, a withdrawal that several historians have argued was a deliberate operational feint designed to draw the United Nations advance further north before the main effort. MacArthur interpreted the pause as evidence that the Chinese had tested the situation and pulled back. He ordered the general offensive to resume in late November. On the 25th of November, 1950, the Chinese launched their main offensive with roughly 300,000 soldiers, and the United Nations advance collapsed. The retreat that followed was one of the most difficult, sustained operations in the history of the American military. The Chosin Reservoir Campaign, in which 1st Marine Division and elements of the Army 7th Infantry Division fought their way out of encirclement in temperatures that dropped to more than 30 degrees below 0 Celsius, over a distance of roughly 78 kilometers to the coast at Hungnam, has been the subject of more military history writing than almost any other engagement of the Korean War, and it deserves every word of it. The Marines who fought their way to Hungnam did so against 14 Chinese divisions that had the operational objective of destroying them completely. They did not succeed in that objective. The Marines came out bringing their dead and wounded, and a substantial portion of their equipment, through a fighting withdrawal that demonstrated, at enormous human cost, what a trained and disciplined military force can accomplish when the alternative is annihilation. MacArthur's role in creating the conditions that made the Chosin encirclement possible is part of the historical record. The courage of the men who fought their way out of those conditions is also part of the historical record. Both things belong in the same account. MacArthur's response to the Chinese offensive and the collapse of the United Nations advance was a series of public statements that were striking in their candor and disturbing in their implications. He characterized the situation as a new war, argued that he had been denied the resources and the authority to fight the actual enemy he faced, and began suggesting, in various channels, that the conflict needed to be expanded, that Chinese air bases in Manchuria needed to be struck, that Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces on Taiwan should be unleashed to attack mainland China, and that if the current restrictions remained in place, the United Nations Command faced a situation that could not be resolved militarily. These were not private communications to Washington. They were statements to journalists, letters to congressmen, messages to Allied commanders, communiques that found their way into print. MacArthur was a theatre commander, publicly contradicting the policy of his civilian superiors in the middle of a war on questions of enormous strategic consequence. This was not a new behavior. The pattern had been visible in various forms. since at least the Bonus Army incident of 1932, but the scale and the stakes were now categorically different. Harry Truman had been watching MacArthur's behavior with increasing alarm since at least the summer of 1950, when MacArthur sent an unauthorized message to the veterans of foreign wars, expressing views on Taiwan policy that directly contradicted the administration's stated position and had to be formally retracted. The Chinese offensive and MacArthur's subsequent public statements brought the tension between the two men to a level that could not be managed through normal channels. In Washington, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were aware that MacArthur's public pronouncements were complicating diplomacy with allies who were increasingly nervous about escalation toward a war with China, or worse, with the Soviet Union. The British government, which had forces in Korea, was specifically alarmed. The internal deliberations in Washington during the winter of 1950 to 51 produced a growing consensus, reluctant and slow in forming, that the situation could not continue. The question was not whether MacArthur would eventually have to be relieved. The question was when and how and what the consequences would be. Chapter 10, The Relief, April 11, 1951. The decision to relieve Douglas MacArthur of all his commands was made by Harry Truman on the evening of the 6th of April, 1951, following a meeting of the National Security Council at which the Joint Chiefs of Staff unanimously supported the action. The immediate trigger was the publication by Republican House Minority Leader Joseph Martin of a letter that MacArthur had sent him, in which MacArthur criticized the administration's limited war strategy and suggested that the view that Europe was more important than Asia in the Cold War competition was conventional, implying it was wrong. The letter was, by itself, unremarkable in the context of the months of public statements that had preceded it. But it arrived at a moment when Truman and his advisors had concluded that each new incident from MacArthur was increasing the probability of escalation toward a wider war and undermining the credibility of American civilian control of the military. The Martin letter was not the cause of the relief. It was the moment the accumulated case became unignorable. The actual mechanics of communicating the relief to MacArthur became something of a debacle. The original plan was to transmit the formal orders through military channels in a way that would reach MacArthur before the news reached the press, standard procedure for any personnel action of such sensitivity. That plan failed when it became apparent that the news was about to be leaked to a journalist by someone within the Washington political establishment. Truman ordered the relief message transmitted immediately at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, Washington time, on the 11th of April. MacArthur received the news in Tokyo, not through the formal military communication that protocol required, but through his aide who had heard it on a commercial radio broadcast. The humiliation of this communication failure was not entirely accidental from the perspective of everyone involved. MacArthur's critics in Washington were not in a mood to extend curtsies, but it also reflected genuine bureaucratic chaos in a situation that had been managed imperfectly from the beginning. The public reaction in the United States was immediate and volcanic. MacArthur had been a public figure of the first order for nearly 40 years, and the manner of his dismissal by a president who was significantly less popular than he was struck a large segment of the American public as an outrage. Republican politicians who had been building a political case against Truman's conduct of the Korean War seized the moment with an enthusiasm that the substance of their arguments did not always justify. Letters and telegrams flooded into Congress in numbers that contemporary accounts described as exceeding any previous public response to a political event. There were calls for Truman's impeachment. There were demonstrations in major cities. MacArthur's journey home from Tokyo, his first return to the United States since before the war, was greeted at each stop with crowds that the press coverage compared, with varying degrees of hyperbole, to the greatest public receptions in American history. His address to a joint session of Congress on the 19th of April, 1951, was one of the most theatrical moments in the history of that institution. And it was also one of the most politically calibrated. MacArthur had been a student of performance since his mother watched him through a telescope from a hotel window in West Point, and he understood exactly what this moment required. He spoke for 37 minutes. He made his case for his strategic views, the necessity of decisive action in Asia, the danger of a limited war concept that he believed would produce neither victory nor peace. He criticized, without naming, the policy that had led to the restrictions under which he had operated. He was, for most of the address, measured and even restrained, which made the emotional climax more effective by contrast. He closed with a reference to an old barracks ballad that contained the line, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away," and applied it to himself in a way that was simultaneously humble and unforgettable. The applause was extraordinary. Many of the congressmen who had spent careers opposing everything MacArthur represented were on their feet with tears in their eyes. It was a masterpiece of its kind. It changed nothing about the substance of the decision that had been made. The Senate hearings that followed the relief, a combined session of the Armed Services and Foreign Relations Committees that ran for several weeks in May and June of 1951, produced the most detailed public examination of the Korean War's strategy and of MacArthur's conduct that the historical record contains. The hearings were initially closed to the press, with transcripts released after a security review which muted some of their political impact. MacArthur testified first, and his testimony was exactly what his congressional supporters had hoped for: coherent, historically grounded, and presented with the authority of a man who had commanded forces in 3 wars. Then the Joint Chiefs testified, one by one, and their testimony systematically dismantled the military case that MacArthur had made. General Omar Bradley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, delivered what became one of the most quoted assessments in the history of American civil-military relations, saying that MacArthur's proposed expansion of the war would involve America in the wrong war, at the wrong place, at the wrong time, and with the wrong enemy. The phrase was Bradley's. The judgment behind it represented the consensus of the professional military establishment that MacArthur had led in some cases for decades. It was not a casual assessment. The substantive argument between MacArthur and the Truman administration over Korean War strategy has continued to engage historians, and the verdict has not been simple. MacArthur's critics have argued, with considerable evidence, that his proposed escalation, bombing Chinese bases in Manchuria, blockading the Chinese coast, deploying nationalist forces from Taiwan, carried a very significant risk of provoking Soviet military intervention, converting a limited war into a conflict of potentially catastrophic scope. Given that the Soviet Union had tested its first atomic weapon in 1949, the escalation risk was not theoretical. MacArthur's defenders have argued that the limited war approach produced a stalemate that was resolved only after 2 more years of fighting and tens of thousands of additional casualties, and that a more decisive early strategy might have achieved a better outcome at lower overall cost. This argument cannot be resolved definitively because we cannot know what would have happened if different decisions had been made. What history can assess is whether the decision was made through the legitimate processes of civilian control of the military. On that question, the answer is clear. MacArthur had been given his orders by his civilian superiors. He had publicly contradicted and undermined those orders. He was relieved. The constitutional principle survived the political turbulence around it. The relief of MacArthur was not the end of the Korean War. It continued for 2 more years of grinding, brutal trench warfare along lines that did not move dramatically from roughly where they were in April of 1951. The armistice was signed at Panmunjom on the 27th of July, 1953, ending the fighting along lines that were almost exactly the 38th parallel where the war had begun. The strategic result, measured against the original objective of restoring South Korean sovereignty, was achieved. The cost was roughly 37,000 American dead, more than 100,000 American wounded, and South Korean, North Korean, and Chinese casualties that together ran into the millions. Whether a different command decision in the autumn of 1950 could have produced a better outcome, or whether it would have produced a catastrophically worse one, is the argument that has never ended. MacArthur died in 1964, believing he had been right. The historians arguing about his decisions have not yet reached a consensus, and it is not obvious they will. MacArthur returned to the United States in April of 1951 and spent the subsequent years in a kind of uneasy semi-retirement that suited neither his temperament nor his legend. He took up residence at the Waldorf Astoria Towers in New York City, in a suite that became his home for the last 13 years of his life, and he accepted a position as chairman of the board of Remington Rand Corporation, the electronics and business machines company which wanted his name and reputation more than his operational expertise. He gave speeches. He was consulted, though less often than he would have wished. He wrote his memoirs, published in 1964 under the title Reminiscences, which were received critically with something between respect and frustration. The book revealed and concealed in roughly equal measure, as any memoir by someone of MacArthur's complexity and self-consciousness inevitably would. He remained, through all of this, convinced that history would vindicate him, and he spent some portion of his remaining years attempting to ensure that the historical record was shaped in ways that would facilitate that vindication. The 1952 presidential election produced a development that MacArthur must have found deeply, personally galling. The Republican Party, which had been his most visible political support base since at least the 1940s, nominated Dwight Eisenhower, his former aide, the man who had stood beside him at Anacostia Flats in 1932, and who had, by 1952, become arguably the most admired man in the Western world through his command of the Allied forces in Europe during the Second World War. MacArthur was offered a speaking role at the Republican convention and was effectively sidelined. He and Eisenhower had a complex, layered relationship that spanned decades and contained genuine mutual respect, specific professional resentments, and the particular kind of tension that develops between a brilliant mentor and a student. Who becomes more celebrated than the teacher? Eisenhower won the election and the presidency. MacArthur did not attend the inauguration. The last decade of MacArthur's life, in his suite at the Waldorf Astoria with Jean and the son who was now studying at Columbia University, was not entirely without its moments of connection back to the story that had defined him. He made one final visit to the Philippines in 1961, and the reception he received there, the genuine warmth of the Filipino people for the man who had come back as promised, was, by the accounts of people who witnessed it, overwhelming. The Filipinos who remembered 1944, and the children who had been told about it by their parents, came out to meet him with an emotion that was different in texture from the political theatre of his American homecoming a decade earlier. This was something else. He had made a promise to a people who had no reason to trust it. He had kept it. That transaction, whatever else could be said about him, was real and was remembered. He was, in the Philippines, not a controversy. He was a promise kept. Chapter 11. The Man Behind the Legend. Character contradictions and historical judgment. Any honest accounting of Douglas MacArthur must eventually address the question that his admirers resist and his critics sometimes oversimplify. What kind of man was he underneath the theatre? The performance was so consistent, so obviously calibrated, so professionally maintained across 6 decades of public life that it can be difficult to locate the person behind it. He wore the aviator sunglasses, the battered cap, the corncob pipe as deliberate props in a self-constructed drama, and he wore them with a conviction that either reflected genuine belief in his own legend or had so long simulated that belief that the simulation had become indistinguishable from the original. His contemporaries were divided. George Marshall, who worked alongside and sometimes against MacArthur for decades, and who is generally regarded as the most judicious assessor of senior American military talent of his generation, appears never to have fully resolved his view of MacArthur. He recognized the operational brilliance. He was deeply uncomfortable with the behavior. He served with MacArthur, managed MacArthur, and declined to provide a clean verdict, which is itself a kind of verdict. The historiographical argument about MacArthur has produced, over the past 80 years, a range of treatments that reflects as much about the moment of writing as about the subject himself. The early biographies, written close to the war, and often with MacArthur's cooperation, or at least accessibility, tend towards celebration. The critical literature that developed from the 1960s onward, shaped by the Vietnam Wars, erosion of confidence in American military, judgment by the opening of archives that revealed command decisions that had been previously obscured, and by a broader historical willingness to hold celebrated figures to evidential standards, produced a corrective that sometimes overcorrected. William Manchester's 1978 biography. American Caesar remains the most complete and probably the most balanced single-volume treatment, and its title is itself a judgment. A man of genuine greatness, operating in a tradition of command authority that carried within it the seeds of its own contradiction with democratic governance. Jeffrey Perrett's subsequent biography and D. Clayton James's 3-volume academic study have added important dimensions. The argument continues, and will continue, because MacArthur is genuinely complex enough to sustain it. His relationship with the truth about his own record was, to put it gently, flexible. He consistently understated his own distance from front lines and overstated the speed and success of operations he commanded. His communiques from the Southwest Pacific, the official dispatches that shaped public understanding of the campaign's progress, were, in the judgment of several military historians, so systematically optimistic as to constitute a distorted record of what was actually happening. The men who served under him in New Guinea and the Philippines often found a significant gap between MacArthur's public statements about the campaign and their own daily experience of it. This was not merely a public relations operation of the kind that all commanders conduct. It was a pattern of self-aggrandizement that sometimes served tactical deception and sometimes served MacArthur's personal narrative far more than it served any military purpose. The intelligence work of his chief aide Charles Willoughby, who consistently shaped assessments to fit what MacArthur wanted to believe rather than what the evidence indicated, is an extreme version of this tendency, and it had fatal operational consequences at the Yalu River in 1950. A commander who builds a staff culture that rewards confirmation over correction creates an intelligence environment that will eventually fail him catastrophically. MacArthur built exactly that culture, and it failed him exactly that way. And yet the operational record is genuinely impressive. The leapfrogging campaigns in New Guinea and the Philippines represent a sustained demonstration of combined arms thinking, of intelligence-driven operational planning, and of the exploitation of air superiority that stands up to comparison with the best operational generalship of the Second World War. The Incheon landing, in particular, conceived against strong institutional opposition, executed with limited preparation time, and succeeding precisely because of the unconventional thinking that had generated the opposition, is one of those rare military decisions where the audacity and the preparation were genuinely aligned. MacArthur's advocates are not wrong to point to these achievements. His critics are not wrong to point to the Philippines disaster, the Yalu catastrophe, the Bataan distance, and the public insubordination that ended his career. The man contained both sets of facts, and the history that accommodates only one of them is not adequate to the subject. His treatment of subordinates was, by the accounts of those who served under him, extremely uneven. He was, in certain moods and with certain people, a genuinely inspiring presence, capable of the kind of clear, vivid articulation of a mission's purpose that makes soldiers understand not only what they are doing, but why it matters. General Walter Kruger, who commanded the 6th Army under MacArthur in the Philippines campaign, and who was not given to sentiment, spoke about MacArthur's ability to communicate strategic vision in terms that were clearly more than professional courtesy. At the same time, MacArthur's willingness to publicly humiliate subordinates who failed to meet his operational expectations. The Buna episode with Eichelberger, the treatment of certain Australian commanders during the New Guinea campaign, reflected a contempt for the human cost of high command, pressure that his admirers sometimes brush past, and his critics appropriately emphasize. He demanded from his subordinates a level of performance that he himself, from the safety of his headquarters, did not always model. The men on the ground knew this. Some of them forgave it. Some of them did not. His marriage to Jean Faircloth MacArthur, whom he married in 1937, after a brief and reportedly complicated divorce from his first wife, Louise Brooks, appears to have been genuinely sustaining in ways that the marriages of similarly driven men often are not. Jean travelled with him to Australia. She refused the submarine at Corregidor. She raised their son Arthur in the middle of a war. She managed the considerable social and logistical complexity of MacArthur's public life during the occupation years and the New York retirement with a competence and discretion that people who knew her consistently remarked on. MacArthur, for his part, expressed genuine tenderness about his family in ways that seem inconsistent with the armoured public image. His letters about his son, Arthur, written during the war, are among the most human documents his pen produced. There was a person inside the general. Jean Faircloth MacArthur appears to have known him, and the marriage appears to have mattered to him in ways that the biography of a man defined by ambition does not always accommodate. The Medal of Honor he was awarded in 1942 for the Philippines campaign sits uncomfortably alongside those awarded to the enlisted men and junior officers who fought at Bataan, men who received the same decoration for acts of individual, physical courage performed in circumstances of vastly greater personal exposure. MacArthur received his medal for exercising command under conditions that would have been more comfortable in his tunnel at Corregidor than in a frontline foxhole, and there is no version of the citation that makes this distinction comfortable. This is not a small point. The Medal of Honor is the United States' highest military honor, and its meaning derives from the specificity of what it is supposed to recognize. MacArthur's award stretched that specificity to accommodate a political decision, and the men who received it for the acts the citation was originally designed to recognize, were not well served by the stretching. MacArthur kept the medal. He wore it. He never addressed the question publicly in a way that suggested he found it uncomfortable. Perhaps he did not. Perhaps he had convinced himself that command, under the conditions of the Philippines, in the winter of 1941 to 42, was a form of valor that the existing standards failed to capture. The psychology of self-justification in very intelligent people is among the most complex phenomena in human experience. The question of racial attitudes in MacArthur's career is one that more recent scholarship has begun to engage more directly. His long relationship with the Philippines produced a complex attitude toward Asian peoples. He spoke about Filipinos with a kind of paternalistic respect that was better than the outright contempt expressed by many of his contemporaries, but was also deeply condescending in ways that the historical distance from his era makes clearer. His management of the Japanese occupation was shaped by assumptions about Japanese cultural characteristics that were sometimes accurate and sometimes reflected Western stereotypes, dressed in scholarly language. His public statements about Chinese and Korean forces during the Korean War sometimes fell into the pattern of attributing collective military characteristics to entire peoples in ways that the military record did not consistently support. None of this was unusual for an American military officer of his generation and background. It was also not acceptable by any standard that chose to apply one rather than defaulting to the habits of the era. MacArthur was a man of his time in some ways. He was extraordinarily ahead of it in others. This is a common enough profile in major historical figures, and it is a reason to be suspicious of both hagiography and prosecution as organizing frameworks for the historical assessment of complicated people. The arc of his relationship with civilian authority is perhaps the most consequential single thread in the entire story, because it connects the Bonus Army incident of 1932 to the Yalu River decisions of 1950, to the relief of April 1951, in a pattern that is too consistent to be accidental. MacArthur believed, with evident sincerity, that he had a judgment about military and strategic questions that was superior to the judgment of the civilian officials, to whom he was nominally subordinate. In specific operational contexts, he was sometimes right. The Incheon landing is the clearest example. Had he deferred to the institutional caution of the naval planners who opposed it, the operation would not have happened, and the Korean War's history would be very different. But the constitutional principle of civilian control of the military does not contain an exception for the cases in which the general is correct. It is not a procedural courtesy that can be waived when the stakes are high enough. It is the fundamental organizing principle of democratic military governance, and it exists precisely because The cases in which a general's judgment is superior to civilian authority cannot be reliably identified in advance, only in retrospect, after the consequences have been paid. MacArthur never fully accepted this. It cost him his career, and it nearly cost his country something considerably more serious. The final judgment, if there is one, which this documentary is reluctant to offer too cleanly, is probably something like this. Douglas MacArthur was one of the most operationally gifted commanders the United States military has produced. In a career that spans a longer period and a greater geographic range than almost any other American officer of the 20th century. He was also a man whose character contained specific and consistent flaws in his relationship to truth, in his relationship to civilian authority, in his relationship to the distance between his own comfort and the dangers he asked others to face, that produced specific and historically documented failures at critical moments. The failures do not cancel the achievements. The achievements do not redeem the failures. He held both, and history holds both, and the discomfort of holding them together is what makes him, more than 80 years after his most dramatic moments, still genuinely interesting. Chapter 12. Memory, Myth, and What History Does With. It's difficult men MacArthur died on the 5th of April, 1964, in Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, at the age of 84, of biliary cirrhosis, a liver condition that had been developing for several years, and that he had largely concealed from public view. He was, in his final months, lucid and aware of his approaching death, in a way that the accounts of people who visited him during that period consistently note. He received West Point cadets who came to pay their respects, and he spoke to them in terms that went back to the philosophy of character and duty that he had articulated as superintendent more than 40 years earlier. His mind, by all accounts, remained sharp. His body was failing. He had outlived most of the men who had served under him, most of the men who had criticized him, and most of the men who had shaped the world in which he had operated. He lay in state in the rotunda of the Capitol. He was buried in Norfolk, Virginia, at a memorial that now carries his name and houses the museum that preserves his papers and artifacts. His son Arthur, who had been that 4-year-old boy on the PT boat fleeing Corregidor, attended the funeral, and then, in a decision that has fascinated MacArthur scholars ever since, effectively disappeared from public life, declining interviews, refusing commemorations, and living out his years in deliberate obscurity. What it means to have been Douglas MacArthur's son is a question that Arthur MacArthur answered by declining to answer it publicly, and perhaps that silence is itself an answer. The physical memorialization of MacArthur across the places he served reveals something about how different cultures process the same complicated history. In the Philippines, the MacArthur Landing Memorial National Park at Palau on Leyte commemorates the beach landing of the 20th of October, 1944, with bronze statues that capture that famous photograph. The general wading ashore, his staff behind him, the surf around their knees. For Filipinos who visit this memorial, the emotional register is not primarily about Chapter 12, memory, myth, and what history does. With its difficult men, completion, the physical memorialization of MacArthur across the places he served reveals something about how different cultures process the same complicated history. In the Philippines, the MacArthur Leyte Landing Memorial National Park at Palau on Leyte commemorates the beach landing of the 20th of October, 1944, with 7 bronze statues, each roughly twice the height of an average person, rising from a shallow reflecting pool at Red Beach. marking the location where MacArthur kept his promise. For Filipinos who visit this memorial, the emotional register is not primarily about American military power or the ambiguities of a colonial relationship. It is about a promise that was made in darkness and fulfilled despite every obstacle. A promise that gave a people under occupation something to hold on to when there was very little else. The memorial was declared a national park in 1977 and subsequently designated a national historic landmark, which tells you something about how the Philippine state has chosen to locate this moment in the national narrative. That choice is not without its complications, and younger Filipino historians have begun engaging with those complications more directly, arguing that the liberation had many faces, that Filipino guerrilla fighters who sustained resistance for 3 years have been systematically underrepresented in a narrative that places an American general at its center. But the memorial stands, and the people come, and the emotion they bring to Red Beach is not manufactured. In the United States, the MacArthur Memorial in Norfolk, Virginia, occupies the former Norfolk City Hall building, a structure built in 1850, designated as both a Virginia Historic Landmark and a National Historic Place, and houses 9 galleries covering MacArthur's life and career, as well as the tomb where he and John MacArthur are buried in the rotunda. Admission is free. The building also houses the Gene MacArthur Research Center, which contains his personal papers, uniforms, medals, decorations, and official documents, open to researchers by appointment, meaning that the primary archive of the man who resisted historical accountability more than almost any other senior American commander is in fact accessible to anyone who wishes to engage with it seriously. That accessibility has produced the scholarship that complicates his legacy. The archive does not vindicate him or condemn him. It presents him, in his own words and in the documents that surrounded his decisions, and leaves the judgment to the historian who takes the time to read. This is, on reflection, exactly what an archive should do. In Japan, MacArthur's presence in the national memory is paradoxical and not easily reduced. He is simultaneously the man who presided over Japan's post-war transformation, breaking up the Zaibatsu family trusts that had dominated economic life for decades, enabling the land reform that created rural stability, overseeing the drafting of a constitution that has governed Japan for more than 75 years. And the foreign authority who imposed those changes without the consent of the people who would live under them. The economic argument for MacArthur's occupation is substantial. The Zaibatsu dissolution opened competitive space that companies like Sony, Honda, and Toyota eventually filled. The land reform produced rural stability that China's failure to achieve similar redistribution arguably could not. MacArthur biographer William Manchester, cited in Los Angeles Times coverage of the occupation's economic legacy, argued that the farm reform policies specifically blunted the kind of rural discontent that fed revolutionary movements elsewhere in Asia. Whether these outcomes vindicate the method of their achievement, foreign military authority over a defeated population, is not a question that outcomes alone can answer. The historical scholarship on MacArthur, produced since the 1980s, has moved generally in the direction of greater critical engagement with the failures of his command, particularly the Philippines disaster of 1941 to 42, and the intelligence failures of the Yalu River advance in 1950. This is appropriate. A scholarship that avoided those failures would not be serious scholarship. What the best of that literature also does, and this is what distinguishes the serious from the merely critical, is maintain the ability to assess the operational achievements alongside the failures, without allowing the moral weight of the failures to obliterate the evidentiary reality of the achievements. The leapfrogging campaigns in New Guinea represent genuine operational creativity that changed the calculus of the Pacific War and saved lives, Allied and Japanese, that a frontal assault strategy would have consumed. The Incheon landing represents a decision made against institutional opposition that was correct in its judgment and decisive in its effect. These are real things. They coexist with the real failures. History does not offer the option of choosing between them. The MacArthur Memorial's own institutional description calls him one of America's greatest and most complex leaders, and that formulation, which sounds like diplomatic hedging, is actually one of the more honest assessments in the public record. Greatness and complexity are not in tension. In the careers of people who matter historically, they tend to arrive together. The simplest figures are rarely the most important ones. The popular culture afterlife of MacArthur is a subject that deserves at least a paragraph, because it tells you something about which parts of a complicated story survive the reduction that popular transmission imposes on history. The corncob pipe, the aviator sunglasses, the battered cap, the wading ashore. These images have circulated so widely that they have become, for many people who know little else about him, the totality of what MacArthur means. He has been the subject of films, television documentaries, stage productions, and a seemingly inexhaustible supply of military history books that mine the same set of dramatic moments. Corregidor, Incheon, the Missouri, the firing, for the narrative energy they contain. What the popular treatments tend to lose in their compression of a 64-year career into 2 hours or 300 pages is the texture of the decades between the dramatic moments, the years of building, managing, arguing, planning, and adapting that made the dramatic moments possible, and the years of frustration and diminishment that followed them. A life is not its high points. A life is the entire span of it, including the waiting and the failing, and the adjusting to the distance between what was imagined and what actually happened. MacArthur's life contained all of that in abundance. The images that survived are not wrong. They are incomplete, which is why a 4-hour documentary watched slowly on a quiet evening is probably a better way to encounter him than any of the alternatives. His son Arthur's choice to disappear from public life after his father's death in April of 1964 remains one of the more poignant footnotes in the entire story. Arthur MacArthur IV, named after his grandfather, the Civil War hero whose Medal of Honor hung in the family's consciousness like a founding document, was 46 years old when his father died, and he made a clear and sustained decision to be unknown. He changed his name. He declined all interviews. He refused commemorations. He lived in New York, reportedly as a musician and music teacher, and he granted no access to his interior life to the journalists and historians who periodically attempted contact. Whether this was a response to the weight of a name that could never be his own, or to the specific psychological cost of having been raised by a man who was also a performance, or to something entirely private that had nothing to do with his father's legacy, cannot be known. It is worth sitting with the unknowability of it. Douglas MacArthur spent his entire life constructing a public image with extraordinary deliberateness. His son spent his entire adult life dismantling the one he had inherited. There is something in that contrast that feels like the most honest comment either of them made about the family they shared. If you found this chapter valuable, If the story of how memory works, how monuments are built, how history processes the people it cannot quite resolve, please leave a thought in the comments. We are building something here together, and that matters. Chapter 13 takes us somewhere new, back into the operational record, to look at the men who served under MacArthur and what they thought of him, the view from below the command level, where the war was not abstract. Chapter 13, the view from below. What the men who served under MacArthur actually thought. The historiography of great commanders is almost always written from the top down, from the perspective of the decisions made at the command level, the strategic choices, the operational concepts, the political maneuvering. This is natural enough, since it is the command level decisions that shaped the course of events and left the deepest documentary record. But there is another history, written in letters home, in unit diaries, in the oral histories collected by veterans organizations and university archives, in the memoirs of colonels and sergeants who were not famous enough to have their books reviewed in the major papers. And that history tells a significantly different story about the experience of serving under Douglas MacArthur than the official record alone can provide. It is not a simple story. It is not uniformly negative, and it is not uniformly positive. It is specific and granular and deeply human in ways that the command level record cannot always be. Start with the Bataan men, because their testimony is the most emotionally charged and the most historically significant. The soldiers and officers who defended Bataan from January through April of 1942, Filipino and American both, were, by the accounts that survive, aware from very early in the campaign that relief was not coming, that MacArthur was on Corregidor rather than on the peninsula with them, and that the rations they were being asked to fight on were insufficient for sustained combat operations. The nickname Dugout Doug emerged from this experience, and it was not coined by historians or journalists. It was coined by men who were hungry and sick and dying and could see, from their positions in the jungle, the island of Corregidor, where their commanding general was headquartered. The moral weight of that nickname comes from its origin. It was not an accusation made from safety. It was made from the exact position that MacArthur's absence was most felt. Survivors of Bataan, who were interviewed in the decades after the war, gave responses that ranged across a wide spectrum, from those who never forgave the departure to those who, after reflection, came to understand the command logic of the situation, while still resenting the personal reality of it. Very few of them were indifferent. The perspective from the New Guinea campaign is considerably more varied, partly because the nature of the fighting there was different, and partly because MacArthur's physical distance from the front line was a more familiar command arrangement in that theatre. Officers like Robert Eichelberger, who commanded the 1st Corps and later the 8th Army in the Philippines, left behind extensive private correspondence, including letters to his wife that were published posthumously and represent some of the most candid, first-hand assessments of MacArthur's command style that the historical record contains. Eichelberger admired MacArthur's operational vision, while finding his treatment of subordinates personally painful. The pressure, the public criticism, the tendency to take credit for successes while distributing blame for setbacks downward. He described, in one letter, being told by MacArthur before a difficult operation that if he failed, he should not return. A statement that Eichelberger took as a genuine threat to his career rather than battlefield rhetoric, and which clearly affected him. He did not fail. He also never fully resolved his feelings about the man who had issued the ultimatum. His private correspondence reveals someone who respected MacArthur's genius, depended on his patronage, resented his methods, and could not entirely separate any of these feelings from the others. Australian commanders who served under MacArthur's Southwest Pacific Area command occupy a particular position in this testimony because the Australian military had its own history, its own command culture, and its own understanding of what the campaign in New Guinea meant, not as an extension of American Pacific strategy, but as a defense of Australian territory. General Thomas Blamey, the Australian Ground Forces commander, is documented in Australian military archives as having had a relationship with MacArthur that was functional at the professional level and deeply uncomfortable at the personal one. Blamey had commanded Australian forces in North Africa and Greece before the Pacific War, and he was not a man who deferred easily to any authority. MacArthur's habit of issuing operational directives without adequate consultation with Australian commanders, of accepting credit for Australian military achievements in his communiques, while omitting or minimizing the Australian contribution, and of publicly criticizing Australian fighting performance at moments when Australian troops were in fact demonstrating considerable resilience under very difficult conditions. All of this generated resentments in the Australian command that appear in letters, diaries, and post-war testimonies with a consistency that cannot be dismissed as isolated complaint. The official Australian history of the New Guinea campaign, written by Gavin Long and published in the 1960s, engages with MacArthur's treatment of Australian forces with a directness that the equivalent American official histories did not always match. Reading Long alongside the American accounts of the same operations reveals how much the experience of a coalition campaign depends on whose headquarters you are standing in. The ordinary enlisted men's perspective is harder to recover because it was less systematically recorded, and because the passage of time has reduced the population of people who can speak to it directly. What survives in letters, interviews, and unit histories suggests a picture that is more emotionally nuanced than either the celebratory or the critical scholarly literature typically acknowledges. Some veterans of the Southwest Pacific campaign, particularly those who served in the later phases, the Hollandia landings, the return to the Philippines, the liberation of the prisoner of war camps, describe a genuine sense of participating in a commander's vision that had a moral dimension beyond ordinary military service. The promise of return was not merely MacArthur's promise. It had been adopted by the men who served under him as a shared purpose, and the experience of fulfilling it, of actually arriving on Philippine soil, of actually walking into the camps, where the Bataan survivors were held, carried a weight that many veterans found difficult to describe in ordinary language. One veteran, quoted in a National Public Radio retrospective from 1999, on the 55th anniversary of the Leyte landing, said simply that he had cried when they got off the boats and onto the beach, not from fear, but from something he could not name, that felt like keeping a promise he had not personally made. That testimony is not statistical. It cannot be aggregated into a finding. It is, however, true. The Marine Corps perspective on MacArthur is shaped significantly by the Korean War, and specifically by the Chosin Reservoir campaign, which placed Marine units under MacArthur's command in conditions that his intelligence failures had helped create. Marine veterans of Chosin, interviewed across the decades, have consistently separated their assessment of the Marines who fought there, an assessment of very high pride, from their assessment of the command decisions that created the encirclement. General Oliver Prince Smith, who commanded the 1st Marine Division at Chosin, had been skeptical of the pace of the advance northward even before the Chinese offensive began, and had taken the precaution of building an airstrip at hagiography at the southern end of the reservoir. A decision that the Marine Command history credits with enabling the evacuation of wounded during the fighting withdrawal. Smith's caution was not rewarded with approval from MacArthur's headquarters. It was regarded as excessive hesitancy that was slowing the operation. The airstrip became a lifeline. Smith had been right. The history of the Chosin campaign is full of moments like this, where the operational reality on the ground was significantly more complex than the command picture at MacArthur's Tokyo headquarters suggested, and where the men who understood that reality were not being effectively heard. The perspective of the Filipino people who lived through the occupation and liberation deserves extended treatment that this chapter can only begin to provide. The Japanese occupation of the Philippines from 1942 to 1945 was, by any accounting, a period of sustained suffering for the civilian population, forced labor, food requisition, systematic repression of resistance, and episodes of organized brutality that left deep marks in Philippine collective memory. The guerrilla resistance movement that operated throughout this period, supplied partly through MacArthur's command with radio transmitters, intelligence officers, and occasional resupply, maintained a thread of organized opposition that MacArthur's return could build upon in 1944. Filipino veterans of the guerrilla resistance, interviewed by journalists and historians, from the 1970s onward, have generally described a complex emotional relationship with the American command. Grateful for the material support that kept the resistance viable, critical of the pace of the return, and aware that their own sacrifices occupied a much smaller space in the public narrative of liberation than the American military operation did. One elderly guerrilla veteran, speaking to a reporter at the 75th anniversary commemoration of the Leyte landing in 2019, described MacArthur as the face of liberation without being its body. The body being the Filipino fighters who bled in the mountains for 3 years. That formulation is not a rejection of MacArthur's significance. It is an insistence that his significance be properly located within a larger story that does not begin with his wading ashore on a beach. The testimony of men who served directly on MacArthur's staff, the inner circle of officers who briefed him, drafted his communiques, managed his schedule, and observed him at close range across years of campaign, is among the most revealing primary material in the entire MacArthur record. And it is also among the most difficult to assess because of the complex loyalty that proximity to power creates in the people who experience it. Courtney Whitney, who served as MacArthur's chief political advisor from the Philippines campaign through the occupation and into Korea, was one of the most loyal members of that inner circle and wrote a biography of MacArthur that is valuable precisely because of its uncritical admiration. It shows you what MacArthur wanted to be believed about himself, and it shows you the version of events that his closest supporters were prepared to maintain against all contrary evidence. Charles Willoughby, the intelligence chief whose assessments of Chinese intentions in Korea were catastrophically wrong, was similarly loyal and similarly problematic as a historical source. The men who were more ambivalent, who saw both the vision and the vanity, both the operational clarity and the dangerous self-deception, are the ones whose testimony requires the most careful reading because They are fighting against their own institutional loyalty, even as they record what they observed. That tension between loyalty and honest perception is itself a kind of historical evidence about what it meant to be inside the MacArthur Command structure. The veterans who are most difficult to speak about with any precisions are the men who fought in the Philippines, not under MacArthur's command, but under Japanese authority. The Filipino civilians and soldiers who experienced the occupation without the narrative framework that American military service provided. Their testimony, collected in the decades after the war by Filipino historians and oral history projects, reveals experience that the American-centered history of the Pacific War has consistently underweighted. The suffering of the civilian population in Manila during the Battle of February 1945, in which more than 100,000 people died, caught between Japanese forces committing systematic violence and American and Filipino forces fighting through the city, block by block, does not fit easily into the liberation narrative that MacArthur's return had established. The people who died in that battle were dying in the city that MacArthur had come back to free. The liberation was real. The cost of it was also real. Holding both of those facts simultaneously, without collapsing one into the other, is what responsible history requires. It is also what the men and women who lived through it would have recognized as the truth. The testimony of Bataan survivors who were liberated in early 1945 deserves its own moment of careful attention because it represents the point at which the personal narrative of Douglas MacArthur, the promise, the departure, the return, intersected most directly with the lived experience of the people the narrative was ostensibly about. The men who were liberated from Santo Tomas and Cabanatuan had spent nearly 3 years in prison camps, under conditions that had killed a very large proportion of their original number. They were, in many cases, men who had arrived at the prison camps after the Bataan Death March itself, who had survived the march and the camps to finally encounter the return they had been told was coming. Their responses to that return, documented in letters, memoirs, and interviews, are not uniform and should not be treated as if they were. Some men describe weeping at the sight of American soldiers coming through the camp gates. Some describe an almost dreamlike inability to connect the physical reality of liberation with the emotional experience it was supposed to produce after years of conditioning to expect nothing good. Some describe thinking immediately of the men who had not survived to see this moment and finding the triumph of liberation inseparable from the grief of absence. Douglas MacArthur visited some of these camps. What he saw there, the physical reality of what 3 years of imprisonment under those conditions had done to the soldiers he had commanded, is not something he wrote about with great candor in his memoirs. But it is recorded in the faces of the men in the photographs taken on those days, and history, when it is paying attention, reads photographs as carefully as it reads documents. Chapter 14. The Intelligence Wars. What MacArthur knew, when he knew it, and what he did with it. There is a version of military history that treats intelligence as a technical support function, the collection and analysis of information about the enemy that is then delivered to commanders who make decisions based on it. This version is tidy and administratively satisfying, and it bears limited relationship to how intelligence actually worked. In any of the commands, Douglas MacArthur led across 50 years of military service. Intelligence in practice is not a clean input into a clean decision process. It is a contested, politically shaped, institutionally mediated flow of information that arrives in fragments, is interpreted through existing assumptions, and is presented to commanders by people who have learned, sometimes through painful experience, what kinds of findings their commanders want to receive. The study of how MacArthur's command handled intelligence. Across the Philippines campaign, the New Guinea operations, and particularly the Korean War advance to the Yalu River, reveals one of the most consistent and consequential patterns in his entire career, and it is a pattern that the operational history alone does not fully disclose. The intelligence failure at Clark Field on the 8th of December, 1941, is the most discussed of MacArthur's intelligence-related disasters. But it is not necessarily the most instructive. The question of how the American Air Force in the Philippines was caught on the ground roughly 10 hours after the Pearl Harbor warning is a question of operational response to available information more than of intelligence collection per se. What the American command at Clark Field knew: that war had begun, that Japanese aircraft were operating in the theater, that the installations in the Philippines were obvious early targets, was sufficient to justify getting the aircraft into the air or dispersing them on the ground. The failure to act on that knowledge is a command failure, not an intelligence failure in the narrow sense. The intelligence had done its job. The command did not do its. This distinction matters because it places the responsibility precisely, and the historical record, however disputed in its details, is clear enough in its broad outlines that the aircraft were on the ground, and the knowledge that they should not have been was available. The intelligence picture that shaped MacArthur's Southwest Pacific campaigns was significantly better than the picture that had existed in the Philippines. In 1941, partly because of genuine improvements in Allied signals intelligence, and partly because MacArthur's command developed its own tactical and operational intelligence capabilities across the New Guinea campaign. The Central Bureau, the signals intelligence organization attached to MacArthur's command, was processing Japanese communications that provided operational insight into Japanese dispositions and intentions that the Hollandia leapfrog operation, among others, exploited effectively. MacArthur understood, better than some of his contemporaries, that intelligence had to be integrated directly into operational planning rather than delivered as a separate product to be considered after the planning was complete. His use of intelligence to identify weakly defended landing points along the New Guinea coast, to find the gaps in the Japanese defensive line that could be exploited, rather than the strong points that would have to be frontally assaulted, reflects a genuine operational sophistication that the intelligence literature on the Pacific War has documented carefully. The leapfrogging campaigns did not succeed by accident. They succeeded because the command had a reasonably accurate picture of where Japanese strength was concentrated and where it was not, and because that picture was used to find the operational path of least resistance. The man responsible for MacArthur's theater intelligence across much of the Pacific War and into Korea was Brigadier General Charles Willoughby, a figure who occupies a unique and troubling place in the history of American military intelligence. Willoughby was born in Germany. His original name was Adolf von Cheper-Weidenbach, and had emigrated to the United States as a young man, joined the army, and risen through the intelligence branch through a combination of intellectual ability and personal loyalty to MacArthur. That became, over time, the dominant feature of his professional identity. His analytical work on Japanese order of battle during the New Guinea campaign was technically competent. His management of intelligence estimates during the Korean War advance to the Yalu River was, In the judgment of virtually every historian who has examined it in detail, a case study in what happens when institutional loyalty to a commander's preferences overwhelms the professional obligation to present findings honestly. Willoughby consistently produced intelligence estimates during the autumn of 1950 that underestimated Chinese forces south of the Yalu and discounted the likelihood of large-scale Chinese intervention, even as evidence to the contrary accumulated in the incoming stream. Whether this reflected his own genuine analytical judgments or a learned responsiveness to what his commander wanted to hear, or some combination of both, is something that the historical record cannot fully resolve. But the consequences were not abstract. The United Nations forces that advanced to the Chinese border in November of 1950 were advancing on the basis of an intelligence picture that was wrong, and the wrongness of that picture had been available to challenge if the organizational culture had permitted it. The Ultra-Intelligence Program, the Allied Signals Intelligence effort centered on Bletchley Park in Britain and on corresponding American facilities provided MacArthur's command with access to significant amounts of Japanese military communications traffic throughout the Pacific War, and the use of this material in the Southwest Pacific Theater is a subject that has been researched more fully since the relevant archives were declassified beginning in the 1970s. The exploitation of signals intelligence in the Bismarck Sea, Battle of March 1943, in which American and Australian aircraft destroyed a Japanese convoy, based partly on intelligence about its route and composition derived from communications intercepts, represents one of the cleaner examples of intelligence to action translation in the entire Pacific War. MacArthur understood the value of this material and protected its sources with appropriate operational security, which was not a universal practice among American commanders of his generation. He also understood that signals intelligence had limitations, that the enemy would change its communications behavior if it detected that its traffic was being read, and that operations needed to be designed in ways that did not obviously reveal the intelligence source behind them. This sophistication about intelligence security was genuine and was part of what made the Southwest Pacific campaigns as operationally successful as they were. The relationship between MacArthur's operational confidence and the intelligence picture his staff provided him is one of the more uncomfortable analytical questions in the Pacific War record, because it raises the possibility that a commander's psychological need for operational certainty actively shaped the intelligence environment that was supposed to be providing him with objective assessments. Willoughby's estimates consistently aligned with MacArthur's operational intentions. They confirmed the viability of each planned operation and minimized the risks that would have argued against it. This could reflect accurate analysis, since the operations were in fact largely successful through the New Guinea campaign. It could also reflect the intelligence staff adapting their outputs to the command culture, producing findings that would be acceptable rather than findings that were rigorously derived. The two possibilities are not mutually exclusive, and the Korean War evidence tips the balance. The Yalu intelligence failure was not a one-time error in an otherwise sound analytical record. It was the culmination of a pattern that had been visible to those who were paying attention for years. Willoughby, after the Korean War, became a figure on the American far right, contributing to publications associated with extreme nationalist politics and maintaining his personal loyalty to MacArthur's legacy. His post-war trajectory does not invalidate his wartime contributions. It does provide context for understanding the kind of man who ran MacArthur's intelligence operation. The counterintelligence operation that MacArthur's command ran in the Philippines. The effort to maintain contact with and support the guerrilla networks that had been operating throughout the Japanese occupation is among the most successful military intelligence programs in the Pacific War, and it has received less popular attention than it deserves. The guerrilla networks that MacArthur's command supported through submarine supply runs and radio contact from Australia through the occupied years provided a continuous stream of intelligence about Japanese dispositions, movements, and intentions in the Philippines. And they also maintained the organizational infrastructure that MacArthur's return operations would build upon in 1944. The people who ran those networks from the Philippine side, American officers who had refused to surrender and had gone into the hills, Filipino officers and civilians who risked death every day to maintain the resistance, were executing one of the most complex sustained intelligence operations of the war with minimal support and maximum exposure. Their contribution to MacArthur's eventual return is not adequately captured by the image of the general wading ashore at Red Beach, but it is documented in the operational records, if you know where to look. The technical intelligence effort, the exploitation of captured Japanese equipment, documents, and prisoners to build a more complete picture of Japanese capabilities and intentions, was a significant and underappreciated part of MacArthur's command operation throughout the Pacific War. The Allied translator and interpreter section, attached to MacArthur's headquarters, employed hundreds of personnel, many of them Japanese Americans, Nisei soldiers, who had been permitted to serve in this capacity in the Pacific, despite the broader internment of their civilian families on the West Coast, a contradiction that the official histories of the program have documented with varying degrees of discomfort. The translations and assessments produced by this section provided operational intelligence that shaped specific decisions at the tactical and operational level, and its work represents a category of human intelligence collection that the signals-focused accounts of Pacific War intelligence sometimes crowd out. The Nisei linguists who served in this program did so, knowing that their families were incarcerated at home and knowing that their intelligence work was contributing to the operations against the country of their parents' birth. Their service is one of the more complex human documents in the entire Pacific War story. The intelligence lessons of MacArthur's career were partially absorbed by the American military establishment and partially resisted. The lesson that intelligence analysis must be insulated from command pressure, that an intelligence organization whose findings are shaped by what the commander wants to hear is more dangerous than no intelligence at all, was recognized in principle and violated repeatedly in practice in the Pacific War and in many subsequent American military operations. The specific failure at the Yalu River in 1950 was studied by the intelligence community with sufficient seriousness that it influenced the development of analytical standards and procedures in the subsequent decade. Whether those lessons were durably learned or were learned and then forgotten as institutions and personnel cycled through, and the specific memory of the failure faded, is a question that the history of subsequent American intelligence failures can partially answer, and the answer is not entirely reassuring. Institutions do not learn the way individuals do. They learn procedures and forget the reasoning behind them. And when the reasoning is forgotten, the procedures become forms that can be complied with in ways that violate their original purpose. MacArthur's command provided a very clear illustration of this dynamic. It is an illustration that military historians have engaged with seriously. Whether the engagement has been sufficient to change the institutional patterns it describes is a question for a different kind of historian. The final intelligent dimension of MacArthur's career worth addressing is the question of his own self-intelligence, his ability to assess his own judgment accurately, to recognize the specific conditions under which his operational intuition was reliable, and those under which it was not. The evidence here is discouraging. MacArthur showed, at multiple critical moments, a failure to distinguish between situations where his willingness to challenge conventional wisdom was an analytical asset and situations where it was an analytical liability. At Incheon, challenging conventional caution was correct. At the Yalu River, it was catastrophic. The psychological mechanisms that led him to the correct answer in the first case and the wrong one in the second were probably the same mechanisms, the confidence in his own judgment over institutional consensus, the willingness to make large bets on assessments that others considered insufficiently supported. That is the nature of the specific cognitive style that produces both the great operational triumph and the great operational disaster, sometimes in the same career and sometimes in the same man. MacArthur was an extreme example of this type. His career contains both the extreme triumph and the extreme disaster in forms that are large enough to study clearly. And the study, however uncomfortable it becomes, is worth doing because the type did not disappear when MacArthur died. Chapter 15, The Coalition Wars, MacArthur, Allies, and the Politics of Combined Command. One of the least romantic, but most practically significant dimensions of Douglas MacArthur's command career is the question of how he managed, or failed to manage, the coalition relationships that every major American military campaign of the 20th century required. War, by the time MacArthur was fighting it at the command level, was rarely a simple national enterprise. It was a complicated assembly of national interests, military cultures, command traditions, and political pressures that had to be organized into something coherent enough to fight with. And the commanders who proved most effective at this were often not the ones with the best operational instincts, but the ones with the most sophisticated understanding of what other nations needed in order to continue committing their forces and their political capital to a common cause. MacArthur's record in this dimension of command is, like his record in every other dimension, a mixture of genuine effectiveness and specific, costly failure. His First World War experience with coalition warfare was, by the standards of the time, relatively limited. The American expeditionary forces operated within a French-dominated command structure, and MacArthur's role as a brigade commander gave him a taste of the organizational complexity of coalition operations, without full responsibility for managing the political dimensions. What he did absorb from France was an understanding that national contingents fighting in the same theatre have different tactical cultures, different standards of what constitutes acceptable loss, and different relationships to the high command that notionally oversees them. The French army that MacArthur worked alongside in 1917 and 18 was not the same institutional animal as the American forces he commanded, and the officers who succeeded in the Allied system were the ones who could adjust their expectations and their methods to the realities of working with forces that were not their own. MacArthur adjusted. He was decorated multiple times by French authorities, which reflects not only his personal conduct under fire, but his ability to operate within a command culture that was not the one he had been trained in. The Southwest Pacific Area Command that MacArthur built from April of 1942 onward was, from its first days, a coalition enterprise, combining American Army and Air Forces, the Royal Australian Navy, the Australian Army, Australian Air Force, and eventually other Allied contingents in a structure that placed an American general in supreme command of forces that were, in the early phase of the campaign, overwhelmingly Australian. This arrangement was not without political tension from the beginning. Australia had entered the war in September of 1939, nearly 2 years before the United States, and had been fighting in North Africa and the Middle East, while American forces were still building. The arrival of MacArthur in Australia in March of 1942 was a political event as much as a military one. Australia was frightened. Singapore had just fallen. Japanese forces were pushing toward Port Moresby, and the presence of a famous American general gave the Australian public a degree of reassurance that the military situation by itself did not justify. Australian Prime Minister John Curtin, who had been in conflict with the British command over the deployment of Australian forces, welcomed MacArthur in terms that were politically warm, even as the specific command arrangements were still being negotiated. The practical management of Australian forces within the Southwest Pacific Command was a source of ongoing friction that MacArthur handled with less diplomatic skill than the political relationship required. The specific complaint that appears most consistently in Australian accounts of the period, in official histories, in officers' diaries, in post-war parliamentary debates, is that MacArthur's communiques attributed the results of operations that were predominantly Australian achievements to the American command in a way that effaced the Australian contribution from the public record. This was not a trivial grievance. Military service creates specific obligations of recognition. The obligation to acknowledge what men did and what it cost them, and the violation of those obligations by a commanding general who controlled the official narrative of the campaign was experienced by Australian commanders and soldiers as a form of institutional disrespect that the operational relationship could only partially absorb. General Thomas Blamey's private correspondence with Australian political leadership during this period, portions of which have been made available in Australian archives, documents a sustained effort to maintain the operational relationship while resisting the erasure of Australian military identity from the public account of the campaign. Blamey's position was unenviable. He needed MacArthur's resources and operational authority, and he could not afford to break openly with the American command. But he was also accountable to an Australian public and political system that expected their forces' contributions to be accurately represented. He managed this contradiction imperfectly, which is probably the most that the situation allowed. The Dutch and other Allied contingents in the Southwest Pacific Command occupied a more peripheral position in the coalition hierarchy, but experienced their own version of the friction that MacArthur's command style generated. The Netherlands East Indies, modern Indonesia, contained significant Japanese forces and was strategically important to any campaign that aimed to sever Japan's access to the oil and rubber that sustained its war economy. MacArthur's operations along the New Guinea coast moved toward the Netherlands East Indies as the campaign advanced, and Dutch military and political authorities were naturally interested in the liberation of territory that they considered their sovereign possession. The question of how their interests and their forces would be integrated into MacArthur's command was never fully resolved, partly because the Pacific War ended before the Netherlands East Indies campaign, had progressed to the point where the political questions could not be avoided, and partly because the post-war independence movement in Indonesia made the entire question of Dutch colonial restoration irrelevant in any case. MacArthur's handling of the Dutch military relationship was adequate at the operational level and revealing of his general indifference to the political dimensions of coalition warfare. He was interested in the military contribution that Allied contingents could provide and considerably less interested in the national aspirations that brought them to the table. The New Zealand relationship with MacArthur's command is another element of the coalition picture that the American-centered histories tend to underweight. New Zealand provided air and naval forces that contributed meaningfully to the Southwest Pacific Campaign and the Solomons operations, and New Zealand military records document a relationship with MacArthur's headquarters that was more straightforward than the Australian one, partly because the New Zealand contribution was smaller and therefore less politically sensitive. There was less at stake in terms of national pride, fewer specific instances of the kind of communique level erasure that provoked Australian resentment. The New Zealand experience of working within an American-dominated command structure in the Pacific is a useful comparative case precisely because its smaller scale removes some of the political static and allows the basic operational relationship to be assessed more clearly. The Korean War Coalition was a fundamentally different enterprise from the Southwest Pacific Command. Not a bilateral or trilateral arrangement with familiar Anglophone allies, but a genuine United Nations coalition nominally representing 16 nations, with combat contributions, and many more with logistical or other support. The United Kingdom, which provided significant ground, naval, and air forces in Korea, was the most important coalition partner, and the management of the Anglo-American military relationship in Korea during MacArthur's command is one of the most thoroughly documented bilateral military relationships of the post-war period. British commanders in Korea were, by 1950, experienced professionals who had their own views about how the war should be managed, and those views were increasingly at odds with MacArthur's advocacy for escalation. The British government, which was simultaneously managing its own relationship with the People's Republic of China, was specifically alarmed by MacArthur's suggestions that Chinese bases on the mainland should be bombed, and that nationalist forces from Taiwan should be deployed. Proposals that threatened to drag Britain into a wider Asian war that it had no capacity to fight and no political appetite to contemplate. British concerns about MacArthur's management of the war were communicated to Washington with increasing urgency through late 1950 and early 1951, and they contributed to the political context within which Truman's decision to relieve MacArthur was made. The coalition dimension of the Korean War command crisis has been documented in British Foreign Office and Cabinet records, and in the relevant State Department files, and it tells a story that the American-focused accounts of the MacArthur-Truman conflict sometimes miss. That the problem with MacArthur's conduct of the war was not only a domestic American constitutional question, but an international coalition management question with specific operational and diplomatic consequences. The South Korean military relationship with MacArthur's command occupies a still different place in this analysis because South Korea was the country whose existence was most immediately at stake in the war, and yet South Korean military forces were incorporated into the United Nations command structure in ways that gave them limited operational autonomy and even more limited influence over strategic decision-making. President Syngman Rhee of South Korea was a difficult partner by any measure, autocratic, politically calculating, and deeply committed to the reunification of Korea under his government in ways that sometimes made him an obstacle to the limited war framework that both Truman and MacArthur nominally accepted, at least in the early phases. MacArthur's relationship with Rhee was warmer than his relationship with most of his civilian political counterparts, partly because Rhee's anti-communism aligned with MacArthur's own instincts, and partly because a South Korean president who wanted to push north was a useful political ally for a general who also wanted to push north. The collaboration between MacArthur and Rhee on the question of pushing the war beyond the 38th parallel was real and was noted in Washington, adding another layer to the already complex picture of MacArthur, exceeding the political boundaries of his military command. The broader lesson of MacArthur's coalition relationships across three major conflicts and the occupation of Japan is that he was most effective as a coalition commander when the coalition's other members were small enough in their relative contribution that his authority over the combined force was not seriously contested, and least effective when he was working with substantial partners who had their own command cultures, their own public accountability structures, and their own interests that were not simply subordinate to American strategic objectives. This is probably not a unique finding. Most national commanders who have achieved great reputations within their own military system have found the adjustment to genuine coalition command, in which authority must be negotiated rather than exercised, and in which other nations' concerns carry real weight, difficult in proportion to the depth of their single system experience. MacArthur had spent his entire career in the American military hierarchy, operating in American-dominated theaters. The skills that hierarchy rewards are not identical with the skills that coalition management requires, and the specific pattern of his failures in the coalition dimension reflects this mismatch with a consistency that suggests something structural rather than incidental. The legacy of MacArthur's coalition relationships is visible in the institutional changes that the American military and its alliance structures made in the decades after Korea. The lessons of the Southwest Pacific Command, the communication problems, the credit allocation disputes, the failure to adequately consult allied commanders in planning processes, were taken seriously enough to influence the development of combined planning procedures in NATO and other American alliance structures that have evolved through the 1950s and 60s. Whether this institutional learning was complete, or whether it addressed the symptoms rather than the underlying command culture that produced them, is a question that the subsequent history of American coalition warfare allows a partial assessment of. The problems that MacArthur's command generated in the Australian and British relationships were not unique to him. They were products of a certain kind of American command style that placed operational efficiency above political sensitivity and regarded coalition management as an overhead cost rather than a core competency. MacArthur embodied this style in an extreme form. The style itself survived his relief. Chapter 16, The Cold War Context, MacArthur's Worldview and Its Place in American History. To understand why Douglas MacArthur made the specific choices he made during the Korean War, the advance to the Yalu, the public contradictions of civilian policy, the apparent willingness to risk confrontation with China and potentially the Soviet Union, it is necessary to understand the worldview that shaped those choices, because they were not simply the products of military ambition or command hubris, though those elements were present. They were also the products of a specific and coherent view of the world, of American power, of the nature of the communist threat, and of the appropriate American response to that threat that MacArthur had developed across decades of experience in the Pacific, and that had its own internal logic, even if that logic led to conclusions that his civilian superiors found alarming. MacArthur had served in Asia for a substantial portion of his career, in the Philippines, in Japan, in Korea, with extended exposure to the political dynamics of the Pacific Rim across nearly 50 years of active service. His view of Asia was not shaped by the Eurocentric assumptions that dominated American foreign policy thinking in the post-war period, and he had argued explicitly and repeatedly that American foreign policy was making a strategic error by treating Europe as the primary theatre of the Cold War competition. From MacArthur's perspective, the decisive battles of the 20th century were being fought in Asia, in China, in Korea, in Indochina, and the European focus of the Truman administration was allowing the communist movement to advance in the theatre where the real decision would be made. This view was not without some basis in the observable facts of the post-war period. China had become communist in 1949. Korea was being contested. Indochina was in the early stages of the conflict that would eventually become the Vietnam War. MacArthur was not wrong that Asia was a critical theatre. His error was in the strategic conclusion he drew from this observation, that the United States needed to fight the decisive battle in Asia now, with maximum force, and that the limited war framework of the Truman administration was a formula for strategic retreat dressed in the language of prudence. The American political climate in which MacArthur operated during the Korean War period was one of genuine fear and considerable irrationality, and that climate shaped both his options and the reception of his arguments. The fall of China in 1949, the Soviet atomic bomb test in the same year, and the beginning of the Korean War in June of 1950 created a political environment in which accusations of communist sympathy or soft response to communist aggression were weaponized with a carelessness that caused serious damage to individuals and institutions. Senator Joseph McCarthy had begun his anti-communist campaign in February of 1950, and the political space in which measured, nuanced debate about Korean War strategy could occur was being rapidly constricted. MacArthur's public advocacy for escalation found a ready audience in Republican politicians who were using the Korean War as evidence for a broader narrative about democratic failures to stand firm against communist expansion. The alignment between MacArthur's strategic views and the Republican Party's political needs was not accidental, and it created a feedback dynamic in which MacArthur's public statements were amplified by political actors whose interest in them was not primarily strategic. MacArthur's understanding of what the American public wanted and what it was prepared to support was shaped by his long absence from the United States and by the specific bubble of information and perspective that surrounded his command. He had been living outside the continental United States, with brief exceptions, since 1935, 15 years during which the American domestic political culture had changed substantially. The country that elected Franklin Roosevelt 4 times, that had accepted the sacrifices of the Second World War, that had absorbed the costs of the post-war European commitment, and the Marshall Plan, was not the same country that MacArthur had been imagining from Tokyo. He assumed a public appetite for decisive action in Korea that the polling data of the period did not consistently support, He assumed a level of public confidence in military solutions to political problems that the Second World War's specific circumstances had generated. But that was not infinitely transferable to every subsequent conflict. His famous public statement after his relief, his address to Congress, his return to adoring crowds, suggested that he was right about public sentiment, and the immediate reaction was consistent with that reading. But the subsequent political history, in which the Republican Party nominated Eisenhower rather than MacArthur in 1952, suggested that the sentiment was more about the manner of the dismissal than about genuine endorsement of the strategy MacArthur had advocated. The debate about whether MacArthur's strategic views on the Korean War were correct, whether a more aggressive approach might have achieved the reunification of Korea at acceptable cost, has never been fully resolved and probably cannot be. It depends on assumptions about Soviet behavior that cannot be tested, about Chinese willingness to accept military defeat if the American escalation had continued, about the domestic political sustainability of a larger war in the United States, and about the responses of American allies who were already alarmed by the scale of the commitment. MacArthur's advocates have argued that the limited war approach produced a stalemate that has persisted for more than 70 years, that Korea remains divided along lines that are essentially identical to where they were in June of 1950, and that the cost of that stalemate in ongoing military commitment, in geopolitical instability, and in the human cost of North Korean governance is greater than the cost of a more decisive campaign in 1950 to 51 would have been. This argument is not frivolous. It is also not provable. The counterfactual history of the Korean War is one of the most actively debated subjects in the historiography of the early Cold War, and historians of genuine caliber have landed on very different conclusions about it. What can be assessed more concretely is the effect of MacArthur's worldview on the institutional culture of the American military in the decades after Korea. His argument that Asia was the critical theater of the Cold War competition, that the United States needed to be prepared to fight major land wars in Asia, rather than relying on nuclear deterrence and European alliance. Management influenced a generation of American strategic thinkers who took his side in the debate even after the specific Korean controversy had faded. The Vietnam War, a decade and a half after MacArthur's relief, was in some ways the test of whether a large American military commitment in Asia could achieve the kind of decisive result that MacArthur had argued for in Korea. The result of that test is part of the historical record, and the relationship between the strategic assumptions that shaped American Vietnam policy and the arguments MacArthur had made in the previous decade is a genealogy that historians have traced with some care. MacArthur himself, in his last years, told President Kennedy in 1961 that he was skeptical of a large-scale ground commitment in Southeast Asia, a position that appears to contradict his Korean War advocacy until you realize that what MacArthur wanted in Korea was decisive, unlimited war, not the limited engagement that Vietnam was already shaping up to be. His warning to Kennedy reflected his consistent contempt for half measures, rather than any new skepticism about American military engagement in Asia. The question of MacArthur's relationship to the political right in America during his post-relief years is one that his biographers have handled with some care because the connection is real and revealing without being simple. Republican politicians who had used his relief as a political weapon against the Truman administrations continued to invoke his authority in foreign policy debates through the 1950s. even as the practical political interest in actually nominating him for anything had passed. His intelligence chief Willoughby's post-war career on the American far right, contributing to publications associated with the anti-communist extreme, is the most uncomfortable example of the MacArthur Circle's post-war political trajectory, and it has led some historians to ask uncomfortable questions about the political ideology of the inner circle during the command years. Whether MacArthur himself shared the specific views that Willoughby espoused after 1951 is a question the historical record cannot definitively answer. What it can show is that MacArthur tolerated Willoughby's political activities and maintained his personal loyalty to his former intelligence chief until the end of his life. The relationship between what a commander tolerates in his immediate circle and what he himself believes is an indirect form of evidence, but it is evidence. MacArthur's conception of American purpose in the world, the idea that the United States had a specific historical mission, that American power was a force for civilization rather than merely national interest, that the defeat of communism was a moral imperative and not merely a strategic objective, was not unusual among American military officers of his generation. It had deep roots in the specific tradition of American exceptionalism that had shaped the country's self-understanding since the 19th century, and MacArthur had absorbed it so thoroughly and expressed it with such theatrical conviction that it was difficult to separate the sincere belief from the performed version. His public statements about American purpose, from his farewell address to Congress in 1951, through his duty, honor, country speech at West Point in May of 1962, where at 82 years old, he stood before a hushed hall of cadets and told them that the soldier, above all others, prays for peace, because the soldier bears the deepest wounds and scars of war, carry a rhetorical weight that is not simply manufactured. He had been to war. He knew what the wounds and scars were. Whatever else his career contained, that knowledge was real, and when he spoke from it, the performance and the substance were, briefly, indistinguishable. The Cold War context of MacArthur's final active years also shaped how his legacy was constructed immediately after his death. The 1960s were not a hospitable decade for uncomplicated military heroism. The Vietnam War was escalating. The civil rights movement was reshaping the national conversation about the purposes to which American power could be directed, and the kind of command authority that MacArthur had represented was increasingly difficult to celebrate without qualification. The first critical biographies and scholarly reassessments appeared in this environment, and they reflected the questions that the era was asking about American military power and civilian control. Whether those reassessments were more accurate than the celebratory treatments that had preceded them is not simply a question of political climate versus dispassionate scholarship. Both perspectives brought specific biases to the subject, and the best of both traditions produced genuine insight alongside its characteristic distortions. MacArthur was, as a historical subject, large enough to contain all of it, and complicated enough that none of it was entirely wrong. The Cold War ended in 1989, and the subsequent reshaping of American strategic thinking produced new debates about how the Korean War specifically and the MacArthur-Truman confrontation more broadly should be understood. Scholars working in the post-Cold War environment had access to archives in Russia, in China, in the United States that were not available to earlier generations, and the picture they assembled was more complex than either the immediate Cold War-era celebrations or the immediate post-Vietnam critiques had suggested. The evidence from Soviet archives, for instance, indicated that Stalin had been more cautious about the risk of direct Soviet military engagement in Korea than some of MacArthur's worst-case escalation scenarios had assumed, which cut against his argument that restraint was more dangerous than aggression, though it does not resolve the counterfactual cleanly. The Chinese archives that have been partially accessible to Western researchers suggest a Chinese command that was calculating rather than ideologically automatic in its intervention decisions. A China that was making specific, rational assessments of what American behavior would trigger its intervention, and that was watching MacArthur's public statements and his advance toward the Yalu as precisely the kind of provocation that would cross its threshold. This picture is more consistent with the Truman administration's warnings about escalation risk than with MacArthur's dismissal of those warnings. It does not prove that MacArthur was wrong about everything. It does suggest that the specific judgment that Chinese intervention was unlikely was not supported by the evidence available to him, and that the evidence to the contrary was available if the intelligence culture had permitted it to be taken seriously. Chapter 17. What the Pacific War Cost: Remembrance, Reconciliation, and the Weight of Distance, Completion and Full Chapter. The Pacific War ended on the 2nd of September, 1945, and it has not entirely ended since. The countries it moved through: the Philippines, Japan, China, Korea, Australia, the islands of the Pacific stretching from New Guinea to the Marianas, carried the weight of it forward in ways that official peace treaties and formal reconciliation ceremonies could only partially address. Memory is not resolved by signatures. It persists in bodies, in families, in landscapes where the physical evidence of what happened has been slowly absorbed by jungle or built over by cities, but was never, in any meaningful sense, gone. The history of what the Pacific War cost, measured not in the abstract categories of strategic outcome, but in the specific, irreducible experience of the people who lived through it, is a history that is still being written, still being argued, and in many places, still being felt as something more immediate than historical distance should allow. Douglas MacArthur moved through that history as one of its most visible architects. Understanding what it cost requires understanding what was built, what was destroyed, and what the distance between those two things has meant for the people who inherited both. The Bataan Death March is the most documented single atrocity associated with the Pacific War campaign that MacArthur commanded, and it occurred after his departure, a fact that his critics have noted and his defenders have emphasized in roughly equal measure. The forced march of roughly 78,000 Filipino and American prisoners of war from the tip of the Bataan Peninsula northward to Camp O'Donnell, conducted by Japanese forces in April of 1942, killed a number of prisoners that historians have debated but generally place in the thousands for Americans and in the tens of thousands for Filipinos. Through a combination of deliberate brutality, forced march in extreme heat, without adequate food or water, and the collapse of men who were already starving and sick from months of undersupplied combat. The survivors who reached Camp O'Donnell found dank conditions that continued to kill them. The camp was overcrowded, unsanitary, and supplied at a level that ensured continued mass death from disease and malnutrition. An additional approximately 1,600 Americans and 20,000 Filipinos died at Camp O'Donnell after arriving. The families of the men who died there, and The survivors who lived to return home carried the specific weight of this experience in ways that did not diminish with the passage of years. The annual Bataan Memorial Death March, held at White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico, has drawn thousands of participants each year for decades. Military personnel, veterans, descendants of Bataan veterans, and civilians who come to walk a course of roughly 42 kilometers in the New Mexico desert as a form of physical commemoration that most people who complete it describe as transformative in ways that are difficult to articulate fully. More than 5,600 participants completed the march in 1945's 73rd anniversary commemoration, and the opening ceremony featured 10 living American survivors of the original march, seated at the front of the audience. Men who had endured the actual experience and who were still present to witness the annual reenactment of its memory. The event is not a recreation of the violence. It is a form of embodied remembrance, using physical difficulty as a way of approaching, however inadequately, what the human cost of those events actually was. That it continues to draw thousands of people decades after the last survivors have passed reflects something genuine about what voluntary physical hardship can do to close the distance between historical knowledge and historical understanding. The march keeps its history alive, precisely because it refuses to let the past remain purely conceptual. Filipino veterans of Bataan and the broader Philippines campaign occupy a specific and painful place in the American remembrance of the war that is only slowly being addressed. The Filipino soldiers who fought under American command, who died in the Bataan campaign and on the Death March and in the prisoner of war camps, were not immediately treated as American veterans by the United States government after the war. A congressional act of 1946 rescinded the promise that their service would be recognized with the benefits available to American veterans in a piece of administrative cruelty that has been called one of the more shameful post-war decisions in American military policy. It was not until 2009, as part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, that surviving Filipino veterans received a lump sum payment, a belated, insufficient acknowledgement of a debt that had been owed for more than 60 years. The Congressional Gold Medal, awarded to Filipino veterans in more recent years, carries genuine symbolic weight, but the men who fought at Bataan were not young men in 2009, and the ones who survived long enough to receive anything had waited a very long time for an acknowledgement that should not have required decades of sustained political effort to extract. MacArthur himself, for all his public rhetoric about the debt owed to the Filipino people, did not advocate loudly for the recognition of Filipino veterans' benefits in the years when his influence might have made a difference. This is the kind of specific documented omission that sits alongside the documented achievements and refuses to be absorbed into either the celebration or the condemnation. The Japanese-Philippine reconciliation process was slower and more complicated than the formal diplomatic timeline suggests. Japan and the Philippines signed a peace treaty in 1956, with reparations agreed, but the social and psychological dimensions of reconciliation, the acknowledgement of specific atrocities, the education of subsequent generations about what happened during the occupation, the establishment of relationships between Japanese and Filipino communities that went beyond official diplomatic formulas, unfolded over decades and remain incomplete in ways that scholars studying Asia-Pacific war memory have documented carefully. The specific erasure of Filipino civilian victims from the dominant narratives of the war, both the Japanese narrative, which managed post-war memory in ways that minimized the suffering caused by Japanese occupation, and the American narrative, which centered the liberation story on the return of MacArthur, rather than on the experience of the people who had been living under occupation, has produced a scholarly literature in recent years that is deliberately corrective. Filipino historians working on the intersection of memory and justice have argued, with considerable documentary support, that the victims of the Japanese occupation of the Philippines are among the most systematically underrepresented casualties of the entire Pacific War in the English language and Japanese language historical records alike. The correction of that underrepresentation is an ongoing project, and its progress is uneven. The Japanese experience of remembering the Pacific War is, in its complexity and its internal contradictions, a subject that has generated more scholarship than perhaps any other aspect of post-war Asian history, and it cannot be compressed into a single paragraph without doing serious violence to its texture. What can be said, at a level of generality that is honest about its own limitations, is that Japan has maintained a contested relationship with the specific memory of what its military forces did in Asia and the Pacific between 1931 and 1945, oscillating between periods of genuine public reckoning with that record and periods in which political actors have sought to manage or minimize it in ways that have generated sustained tension with neighboring countries. The specific context of MacArthur's occupation, the decisions about the emperor, about the war crimes trials, about which narratives of the war would be permitted, and which would be suppressed in the early occupation period, shaped the Japanese public's access to the full historical record of the war in ways that are still being worked through. Some of the suppression was deliberate scap policy designed to maintain public order and facilitate the occupation's transformative goals. Some of it reflected Japanese political choices made within the space that MacArthur's occupation created. The distinction matters for assigning responsibility, and the overlap between the two makes clean assignment difficult. The physical landscape of the Pacific War, the beaches, the jungles, the ridges, the harbors, has been transformed across the decades since 1945 in ways that vary enormously depending on the specific location and the specific trajectory of the country it lies within. Some battlefields have become memorials, maintained with the specific intention of preserving the physical evidence of what happened there for the education of future generations. Some have been absorbed into urban development that has erased the physical traces of the fighting with a completeness that makes them now accessible only through documents and oral histories. Some lie in places that the subsequent development of those countries has left largely untouched, where the war debris, rusted metal, unexploded ordnance, the occasional fragment of equipment, remains in the landscape as physical evidence of events that are moving from living memory into archival history at an accelerating pace. The passage from living memory to archival history is not merely a demographic fact. It is a transformation in the kind of relationship that a society can have with its past, and the institutions and practices that bridge that transition, whether annual commemorations, school curricula, museums, or documentary projects like this one, carry a responsibility that increases as the last witnesses disappear. The post-war economic trajectories of the countries most directly affected by the Pacific War are among the most striking aspects of that war's long aftermath, and they have generated a specific form of historical argument about whether the destruction of the war was, in some perverse accounting, the precondition for the economic transformation that followed it. Japan's post-war economic development, the so-called Japanese economic miracle that transformed a devastated economy into the world's second largest by the 1980s, has been analyzed by economists and historians with instruments ranging from development economics to institutional theory, and the role of the MacArthur occupation's structural reforms in creating the conditions for that development is a genuine part of that literature. The Philippines' post-war economic development followed a very different trajectory, more troubled, more uneven, shaped by political structures that the occupation and independence process created, and that development economists have studied as a cautionary case rather than a model. The difference between these trajectories is not simply a reflection of pre-war conditions or cultural factors. Though both of those elements appear in the literature, it reflects specific institutional choices made in the immediate post-war period, some of which MacArthur's command influenced directly, and some of which it shaped indirectly through the conditions it created. The economic history of the post-war Pacific does not resolve cleanly into a verdict on MacArthur's choices, but it does provide evidence that those choices had long-term consequences that extended well beyond the operational campaign he commanded. The generation that fought the Pacific War is now gone. The last American veterans of Bataan have died. The last survivors of the Death March have died. The last Japanese soldiers who served in the Philippines, in New Guinea, in Korea, have died. The last Filipino guerrillas who maintained the resistance in the mountains through the occupation years have died. What remains is what they left behind. The documents, the photographs, the medals, the recorded testimonies, the graves, and the continuing argument among historians about what happened, why it happened, and what judgment history should render on the men who made the decisions that shaped it all. The argument will continue. It should continue. The generation that is conducting it now, at universities, in archives, in documentary projects, and the kind of long-form history that refuses to smooth everything into a palatable narrative, is doing so without the ability to ask the people who were there. That is a loss. It is also, paradoxically, a kind of freedom. The freedom to look at the whole record without the social obligation to protect the feelings of people who are still alive. The history that is written now, at this distance, can be more complete than the history that was written in the shadow of the experience itself. Whether it is also more true is a question that historians will debate for as long as the discipline exists. The weight of this history is not evenly distributed. It falls more heavily on the countries that were occupied than on the country that liberated them. It falls more heavily on the people who fought than on the people who gave the orders. It falls more heavily on the families of those who did not come home than on the families of those who did. Douglas MacArthur gave the orders. He came home. His family survived. These facts do not diminish what he accomplished. They do locate him correctly within the structure of what the war cost, and they resist the tendency, visible in every biography that treats a great commander as the war's primary subject, to allow the drama of command to consume the reality of the commanded. The men on Bataan were not supporting characters in MacArthur's story. They were the main event. He was accountable to them and to the Filipino people and to the American public that trusted him with enormous resources and enormous authority. History's function is to hold that accountability in view, even when the passage of time and the accumulation of honor make it easier to look away. Chapter 18, Final, The Long Grey Line. Douglas MacArthur's place in history and ours in his, on the 12th of May, 1962, Douglas MacArthur made his last journey to West Point. He was 82 years old. He moved carefully, with the deliberateness of a man who knew his body was no longer the instrument it had been. But he moved with his back straight and his jaw set, and when he stood before the assembled corps of cadets in Washington Hall to accept the Sylvanus Thayer Award, the Academy's highest honor, given for outstanding service to the nation, the room was reported to be so quiet that the only sounds were the ventilation system and the collective breath of an audience that seemed to understand, without being told, that something final was taking place. He spoke for 40 minutes. He did not use notes. He had, by all accounts, composed the speech in his mind over the days before, carrying it with him the way he had carried so much across the previous 82 years. Internally, precisely, with the attention to effect that had characterized everything he had ever committed to public expression. He was, even now, performing. And even now, underneath the performance, something entirely real was present. The speech he gave that day has been called one of the greatest orations in the history of the American military, and while such assessments are inherently subjective, the claim is not easily dismissed. He took as his theme the three words that constitute West Point's motto: duty, honor, country, and he built around them an address that moved from the specific qualities those words demand of a soldier to the broader human meaning of a life lived in their service. He told the cadets that the soldier, above all other people, prays for peace, because the soldier bears the deepest wounds and scars of war. He quoted Plato, that only the dead have seen the end of war. He told them that the long grey line, the unbroken chain of West Point graduates, stretching back through every war the country had fought, had never failed them, and that if they were to fail it, 1,000,000 ghosts in olive drab and brown khaki and blue and grey would rise from their white crosses to thunder those three words back at them. He was speaking to young men who would go to Vietnam. He may have known this, or sensed it, in the way that old soldiers sense the outline of the next war before its name has been assigned. He told them that in the evening of his memory, he always came back to West Point. He told them that when he crossed the river, his last conscious thoughts would be of the Corps, and the Corps, and the Corps. Then he stopped speaking and sat down, and the hall was still for a moment before it erupted. Men who were not given to public emotion were weeping. The old general sat very straight and looked at nothing in particular. And if he was moved by what he had said, or by the response to it, he managed, even at 82, to maintain the exterior that he had been maintaining since before most of the people in the room were born. He died less than 2 years later, on the 5th of April, 1964, at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. He was 84 years old. His body was taken to the rotunda of the United States Capitol, where he lay in state, and then to Norfolk, Virginia, where the former City Hall building had been converted into the MacArthur Memorial, and where his tomb was prepared in the rotunda beneath the building's dome. Gene MacArthur survived him by nearly 3 decades, dying in 2000, and then at the age of 101, living long enough to see the end of the Cold War, the continued transformation of Japan into one of the world's most successful democracies, and the sustained argument about her husband's legacy continue across decades, in forms that the man himself would have recognized as the particular kind of immortality that complicated figures enjoy. She gave interviews sparingly and maintained, with a dignity that was entirely her own, the position of a woman who had been present at events that others could only read about, and who had no obligation to adjudicate the scholarly arguments that had been structured around her husband's memory. She had her own view of the man, She kept most of it to herself. What does history owe to figures like Douglas MacArthur? It owes them the same thing it owes to everyone it touches: the most accurate account that the available evidence permits, applied with the most rigorous analytical standards the discipline can bring to bear, and presented with the humility that acknowledges both the limits of the evidence and the limits of the historian's own perspective. It owes them neither celebration nor prosecution as an organizing principle. It owes them the specific, granular, contested, irreducible complexity of a human life that mattered, a life in which real decisions with real consequences were made by a real person operating under real constraints, some of which he imposed on himself and some of which history imposed on him. MacArthur's life meets this standard for historical significance without difficulty. The question of what judgment to render at the end of it is a question that every serious account has to engage, and the most honest engagement produces something more like a sustained, unresolved assessment than a verdict. He was one of the most operationally gifted commanders the American military has produced. He was also one of the most dangerously self-serving in specific ways that had specific consequences at specific moments. Both of these things are true. The discomfort of holding them both is not a flaw in the historical account. It is the historical account. The place of the Pacific War in American public memory has shifted considerably since the war itself, and the shifts tell you something about how national memory works in practice. In the immediate post-war period, the war in the Pacific was represented in popular culture as a clear moral triumph: the liberation of the Philippines, the destruction of Japanese militarism, the establishment of a stable post-war order in Asia. This narrative served specific political purposes, and it was not entirely false. There were genuine moral stakes in the Pacific War that the liberation narrative accurately identified, even if it simplified them. The revisionist wave that followed, beginning in the 1960s and accelerating through the Vietnam era, challenged the simple moral framework and focuses attention on the ambiguities. The firebombing of Tokyo, the atomic bombs, the internment of Japanese Americans, the treatment of Filipino veterans. This was necessary and valuable corrective work. It also, at its less disciplined edges, produced a counter-simplification that was as reductive as the one it replaced, treating American military power as uniformly malign and the Pacific War's moral complexity as evidence of moral equivalence between its participants. The most serious current scholarship on the Pacific War resists both simplifications, holding the genuine moral stakes, the genuine achievements, and the genuine failures in a framework that is adequate to the actual complexity of what happened. It is harder to write and harder to read than either the celebratory or the condemnatory versions. It is also more honest. The specific question of MacArthur's legacy in the Philippines is one that Filipino scholarship has been addressing with increasing directness and sophistication in recent decades. The dominant post-war narrative in the Philippines, shaped by the drama of the Leyte landing, by the promise kept, by the genuine emotional truth of liberation, placed MacArthur at the center of a story about American commitment and Filipino resilience. That narrative served the bilateral relationship and addressed something real about the Filipino experience of the occupation and liberation. But it also crowded out stories that were equally real. The stories of the Filipino guerrillas who fought without American command, the stories of the civilian population who died during the liberation of Manila, in numbers that the liberation narrative struggled to absorb, the stories of the veterans whose American promised benefits were taken from them by a congressional act that MacArthur never publicly challenged. The Filipino historical reckoning with the Pacific War, which is also a reckoning with the colonial relationship that preceded it and the independence that followed, is a living intellectual project that will produce scholarship across the coming decades. MacArthur's place in that project is significant and contested, and the contested nature of it is not a problem to be resolved, but a reflection of the genuine complexity of what he represented to a country that had every reason to regard him through multiple, incompatible lenses simultaneously. The question of what the Pacific War and MacArthur's role in it means for the contemporary world is one that this documentary is cautious about answering too directly, because the distance between historical events and contemporary lessons is easy to traverse carelessly in ways that flatten both the history and the present. What can be said is that the structural questions the Pacific War raised about civilian control of military authority, about the moral dimensions of coalition warfare, about the relationship between operational success and strategic wisdom, about the accountability of commanders to the people they command, are not questions that have been definitively answered by the passage of 80 years. They remain active in the conduct of every military and political institution that inherited the world the Pacific War helped to create. The specific debates of MacArthur's career about limited versus unlimited war, about the authority of theatre commanders relative to civilian leadership, about the weight of promises made to allied peoples, have echoed through every significant military commitment the United States has made since Korea. They echo still. The history is not safely behind us. It is, in the precise sense that matters for understanding how we arrived at the present, the ground beneath our feet. The physical memory of the Pacific War is disappearing at a pace that is now measurable in years rather than decades. The last veterans are gone. The shrinking circle of people who carry the memory in their bodies, who felt the heat of those islands, who smelled the specific combination of jungle and cordite and smoke that defined the Pacific War's physical environment, has closed. What remains is the institutional memory, the archives, the memorials, the documentary record, the oral histories collected before the living sources were exhausted, the photographs that have been scanned and preserved and uploaded to databases, where anyone with an internet connection can look at the face of a young soldier on Leyte in October of 1944 and sit with what that face contains. The Bataan Memorial Death March continues at White Sands. The MacArthur Memorial in Norfolk remains open, free of charge, for anyone who wants to stand in the rotunda and look at the tomb and think about what a life like that means and costs and leaves behind. The bronze figures still stand knee-deep at Red Beach on Leyte, and Filipino families still bring their children to see them. And the children still ask the question that children always ask at memorials. What happened here? The answer to that question is what this documentary has been attempting to provide across the hours of its running time. Not a final verdict, not a simplified moral, but the specific, detailed, irreducible account of what actually happened, in all its difficulty and all its human weight. The duty, honor, country speech that MacArthur gave at West Point in May of 1962 is still taught at the Academy today. The cadets who hear it in the 21st century hear it across a distance of more than 60 years from the man who delivered it, and they hear it at an institution that has changed considerably since MacArthur graduated from it first, in his class in 1903, and considerably again since he returned as its superintendent in 1919. They hear the words that he chose. Words about the soldier praying for peace, about the weight of the long grey line, about duty and honour and country, as things that exist prior to and independent of any individual's ambition or vanity or self-regard, and the question of whether those words mean more or less because of the specific man who spoke them is a question that each generation of listeners has to answer for itself. The words were not entirely earned by MacArthur's life. They were also not entirely contradicted by it. They were spoken by a man who had spent 60 years in the service of something larger than himself, imperfectly, brilliantly, damagingly, and with a commitment that never wavered even when the judgment behind it did. He ended his speech by saying that when he crossed the river, his last conscious thoughts would be of the Corps, the institution that had formed him, the chain of soldiers across history to whose company he had devoted everything he had. 2 years later, he crossed the river. Whether those were truly his last conscious thoughts is a private matter that history cannot access. What history can say is that the Corps remembered him and argued about him, and has not stopped doing either. If you have watched this documentary to its end, or if you drifted in and out through the night, hearing pieces of this story in the half-sleep that long-form history is built for, then you have spent several hours with one of the most complicated figures the American military ever produced. You have heard about his mother, watching him through a telescope at West Point, about the trenches of France, about the medals and the failures and the promise made at a railway station in South Australia, and kept on a beach in Leyte. You have heard about the men he left on Bataan, and the men he liberated from the prison camps, and the men who carried his orders up the ridges of New Guinea, and did not come back. You have heard about the firing, and the speech to Congress, and the old general standing straight before 800 young cadets, telling them that the shadows were lengthening for him. History is this. It is the specific and the general, the triumph and the failure, the promise and the cost. Douglas MacArthur was, by any measure, a man worth knowing about. If this documentary has given you that knowledge, honestly and without simplification, then it has done its work. If it kept you company through a long night, then it has done something that matters in a different way entirely. The long grey line never fails. Neither does the long human habit of trying to understand the people who came before us, and what they made of their time, and what we are meant to make of ours. Thank you for watching. If this story stayed with you, leave a comment, share it with someone who loves history, and subscribe. The next documentary in this series is already being built, with the same care this one received. The history continues. It always does.